And we are live. What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, while I am joined with one starter panelist. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, where again I am joined with one starter panelist. So, quick announcements before we get into the show. If you are new to the channel, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. So, without any further ado, we are going to go ahead and introduce the other panelists, and then we're going to chop it up for a bit, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the show. So, Mr. Mark Fowler, want to introduce yourself to the people, brother?
Yeah, man. Thank you once again. Episode 13. That's absolutely amazing. I can't believe it. We're actually getting through it, man. We're doing a good job, and I find these things interesting. I'm Mark Fowler. Those who have watched a few of the previous episodes already know who I am. Those of you who don't, I'm not here to big myself up. I'm just here to attend these podcasts. It's refreshing, and I really enjoy attending and learning and adding my English perspective, as you know, Mr. AB, as I like to call you. And I find these chats very interesting, and also I find it's strange because I do get a lot of feedback. Actually, there are a lot of people that have watched these, and it's like, well, why do you attend these types of things? Because the discussion, the topics that we're talking about, it's like they're very much about dating, and I really feel that every time I attend one of these podcasts, it's almost like, well, who am I to talk about this kind of stuff? I'm not there. I'm not the one holding down these long-term relationships in the first place. So it's nice to hear from other people that do attend them, and I get to, maybe pick up some hints and tips and advice. And I'll tell you what also is quite interesting is, like, I learned a lot about, like, because where I am English, it just seems so, I don't know, I'm learning a lot, put it that way. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Well, I mean, because I was going to go ahead and just, kind of chop it up, kind of catch up about how the week has been and stuff like that. So, I mean, you free to let all your thoughts out, brother.
Yeah, man. Well, weekend's been good, man. Weekend's been good for me. I had a very chilled one. For once. I slept a lot. I did a lot of sleeping, a lot of thinking, and a lot of catching up on just trying to refresh myself and revitalize. You know what I mean? Drinking plenty of water, fruit juice, and eating well.
Oh, so yeah, we definitely got to stay hydrated. How's the weather over there right now?
So it's not too bad. Like, it's icy. It's icy cold. So the roads are very slippery. You gotta be careful where you tread. But
Mm-hmm.
to be honest, like it's not what I would call a. We didn't have a winter wonderland here in England this year. You know, I always look forward to when I was nostalgically. I always remember we used to have like a nice snowy white Christmas every year.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't seem to be getting that quite so much these days. It's almost like icy, slippery, cold, bitterly cold on the fingers. So it's all right, you know, we get through it.
Mm.
Just dress up
Okay.
warm, put a hat on, put a woolly hat on,
Mhm. No, well,
a
there you
beanie.
go. There you go. So when it comes to us hopping on the live streams and having different discussions, you say you're learning a lot, right?
Mm.
So if you can speak to something specific that you think you might be improving on or that you might need improvement on, what do you think it would be? I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be one specific thing. It could be an array of things. Just in general, like what do you think that you're learning if you could speak to that, or what do you think is something that you may need a little more insight on from your perspective?
So look, I've always been really interested in. So the reason I attend these things is because I'm so interested. Always have been in differences, cultural differences. You know, and I'm talking from all across the globe. It's not just America. You know, it's not just America. But every time I attend, let's say one of these podcasts, I feel like I'm interacting with you as an American, and you've got a lot of other Americans that come and join, and I feel like what I'm learning is the different perspective from a different culture. And I know the thing, obviously, this is it's difficult because America is so big. Yeah, it's I can't lump we can't lump everyone into one.
Right.
And all Americans are Americans. Everyone's an individual. And but I just find it very interesting because I do the same with all cultures, all people, like everyone I meet around from across the world. I'm always so interested in like the differences, like the different foods you eat, the different words you use, the different ways that you approach things, all of that kind of stuff. And I just find it so intriguing. So I'm hooked on that kind of stuff, and that's why I always
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, mate, these are my American friends. I don't know if you call me a friend. I'd like
Oh
to think
yeah,
so. Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
yeah. And my buddies, my pals, my mates. And when I say mates, and I say like baked beans on toast, and then you can say like this, that, and the other, and it's funny. And then
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, I just like all that kind of stuff. So that's why. So it's hard to say what I'm learning. Also, I'm learning about like because there's a lot going on in the world, I think, with economics, social climate, and all
Okay.
the divide and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm
Mm-hmm.
very much keeping an eye on, you know, all of that kind of stuff that's going on in America, all the, you know, because it influences my country a lot as well. So there is a major political reason why I also attend these types of things
Oh,
and a religious reason.
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, as far as my week has been concerned, my week has been busy, working, making sure I'm in the gym 5 to 6 days a week because it's like with my work schedule, I work early in the morning because I'm working outside. I work outside installing solar panels on top of the roofs of big businesses, and so it's like the projects that we're doing they take a while. So, it requires me to be outside. It requires me to be focused and driven and motivated and all that type of things. But as far as me like working 5 days a week and then being in the gym 5 to 6 days a week, it helps me stay on point as far as maintaining a certain level of discipline, having a strong mindset, and maintaining a level of consistency and just productivity overall in my life. Aside from me
Hmm.
setting up the shows, aside from me reaching out to see who wants to come on, coming up with different topics and things like that. And just so you know, I'm gonna be doing another potluck show within the next couple episodes, so that way you guys can contribute topics that you might want to talk about, and then we can just have an all around interactive show. It's gonna be within the next couple of shows, so that way it gives you guys more of an opportunity to contribute more to the platform. And what I really want to see at some point, I really want to see the people that show up on this show eventually develop your own shows to where I can come and be a panelist on your show. Like, let's say if you set up your own podcast, right? You're getting experience and wisdom from seeing how other people do it. So that way, if you decide to start your own show and invite people, hey, I'd be more than happy to come on some of you guys' shows too. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's not necessarily about me and my perspective and how I want people to view how I think. I like being able to bring people together because, like I said on previous shows, I like giving people a platform to let their voices be heard. You know what I mean? So it's like no matter what happens to me, I always want to give people an opportunity, whether I'm up here or down here. It's like whatever I'm good at and whatever power that I can leverage, I want to be able to leverage it and extend the olive branch to other people, and that ties into me being productive and stuff like that. So, what do you think
Yeah.
about possibly getting to the point where you have your own show and setting up your own podcast and all that? What do you think about that?
Oh
You
yeah,
think that
yeah. I'll be
you think that'd
yeah,
be
yeah.
something you could
Absolutely,
do?
absolutely easy. To be honest, I think I could set one up pretty easy. I already know how to utilize this.
Mm-hmm.
The streaming platform, and I already know how to hold myself on camera, and I already know how to question people. I already know that seriously, I think I would make a brilliant host. I just haven't got round to it realistically, because to be honest, I thought about this the other night, and I thought, do you know what? I could easily probably do that, and I'm like, oh, do I really want to? Do I like this, that, and the other? And it's like, because I kind of utilize what you do once a week to be able to just enjoy what I'm doing at the moment, because it's very laid back, and I don't have to
Mm-hmm.
deal with all the stuff that you're dealing with. Do you know what I mean? Because
Right.
yeah, and also me, the way I am, I probably get myself very cancelled very quickly, because of the type of person and the type of content I'd put out. Like, it's not bad stuff, but I'm very vulgar and English speaking, that type of person that society wants to cancel in today's era. It's just that I hold myself down well, but I do drink a lot, and that's the issue. When I drink, I get loose tongued, and
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
you
Okay.
see. So
Yeah.
I have to watch out for the way that I go about doing stuff like this. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, absolutely, I could definitely do it. I could definitely do it.
Okay, so then if you let's say you were to start your own show and you're gonna plan your first episode and come up with a topic and questions and all that.
Hmm.
Let's just say hypothetically, if you were to start your own show, what do you think your first topic would be? Or what do you think the course of your show
I
would
already
take?
know. I
Okay.
already know it will be to help people. So, if, for example, are you struggling or suffering with depression, anxiety, alcoholism, such as
Hmm.
myself? Are you struggling with this, that, or the other? Are you struggling with? I know you touch on relationships, right? So
Hmm.
the trouble is, we're on episode 13, and I feel like every single episode has been on relationships.
But
Now,
it
for
hasn't
me,
though.
no, I get that. I understand. Whereas for me, I would start with the premise of I'm really here to reach out to people with anxiety and depression to start with, but then I
Hmm.
would move also on to, so my next thing would be like the investments and like the self growth and where to put your money where your mouth is, how to
Hmm.
grow yourself as an individual, how to set up a online business, how to set up a franchise, create your own logo, for example, create your own website, all of that kind of stuff, how to sell your own merchandise online, how
Yep,
to
yep. Shout
perhaps
shout out, shout out, shout out to Nova
affiliate
Bear.
marketing. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
shout out.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
shout out to Nova Bear.
Well, thank you, bro. That's what I'm saying. Affiliate. That's what I'm saying. So it would go on to that. Obviously, it would. So everything would be all about like personal self development at the end of the day. So when I come on and I start asking people and questioning people, it's always going to be around. So I set up something called the Nova Academy, actually, the Nova Academy, right? And
Okay.
I've never even spoken to you about this.
Right.
The Nova Academy is exactly that. It was designed. It's a course. It's actually a course that I created, an online course. It's not current. Look, I've kept everything deliberately down at the moment, and we'll discuss it later. But the Nova Academy is all about exactly this. It's all about getting yourself out of the rut, out of that financial, like I started £6,000 in debt before I started this venture, okay? And I was depressed, anxious, struggling. I couldn't sleep at night. I had all sorts of problems. And I managed to get myself out of it. And it's not because, I was lucky because I put some money into some random asset or crypto thing. It wasn't, it had nothing to do with that. It all had to do with digging deep and rewiring my subconscious mind to the point where I stopped. I had to pull my thumb out my bum and take action. Yeah. And the minute you start utilizing your skills in life, and understanding that money is not the root of all evil, like I think Marte said that in one of our previous things, actually. He said, it may have even been you, money is not the root of all evil.
It's not.
It?
It's not. It's the love of money is the root of all evil, not the money itself.
Exactly.
It's
and
the
so
love of money that's the root of all evil.
Yeah. And when I got my head round that, right, it took a while because I used to think that, like every typical liberal lefty that lives in today's society, I used to think a little bit like that. Oh, capitalist society, money is evil, that kind of stuff. Until I realized that you can't have a paper. Paper can't be evil. Paper cannot be evil.
Right.
It's the love for and the desire and the way that people use the energy that they have that is either good or evil.
Right.
And as soon as I started getting my head around that, I was like, do you know what? I can start actually. And then people would ask me, why do I desire growth and money in a capitalist system today? And I would say, because I can use that money. I can use that money to make the world a better place.
Okay, cool. So as far as like your Nova Academy project is concerned, do you have a set time and date that you want to start to roll that out, or do you still have some things that you're working on and tweaking first?
So I'll explain. So my Nova Bear is the name of the actual entire cryptocurrency project, and my website is actually novabear.net. I've had that open, but I've kept the website is currently down. So if you were to go and look at novabear.net, it's down. Okay. People might ask, well, why? Why? Sorry, my friend's coughing in the background. Why is my website down? My website is actually awesome. I actually have a really awesome website with a marketplace, a market and all sorts of stuff. Now, the reason being is because there were some laws that happened over here in the UK when it comes to cryptocurrencies. Okay. So I'm a crypto. I created a cryptocurrency, and then I was doing this, that, and the other, and then the laws changed later on down the line. So I'm not really allowed to go around promoting because I'm something called a security token. This means that, right, I've got reflections attached to my cryptocurrency. It means that you could potentially simply hold my token and gain profits by holding my token, right? But I'm not legally allowed to say that. Right, legally I'm not allowed to say that. So I was like, right, okay, so I'll just go underground then. I'll just keep the cryptocurrency running, but I just won't advertise. It all comes down to how I promote it and how I advertise it, because I'm not allowed to tell or explain to people that, this is a. Imagine I turn around to you and say, look, if you buy my token, and hold on to it, I guarantee you're going to just profit just by simply holding the token.
That's true. Yeah, you're not supposed to. Yeah, you're not supposed to tell people that. Yeah.
That's a bad thing to do. So kind of in a way, my cryptocurrency was based around that concept in a way. Like it was based off a previous concept called Safe Moon. Do you remember Safe Moon back in the day? Made people lots of money. And it was all about reflections. So you basically essentially hold the token, but you get reflections off of everybody else's transaction. But then everybody else gets reflections off of your transactions as well. So, for example, if you were...
That's not really much different than looking at a trading chart.
Well, it's not, but because of the way the Financial Conduct Authority here in the UK, right, determines the way that we look at a security token or an asset, like what's the other? There's a security token and utility token. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I've lost a lot of utility. Now I started off as a game development company as well. I had a game developer who was building a game which is half built, and so we were going to utilize that. And at the end of the day, what's happened is, because I had a big falling out with one of my co-developer, essentially. Yeah, but this is the thing. He didn't do anything anyway. He didn't bring anything to the table. I didn't really need him for the project. The project is only alive because of me in the first place. So, but the problem is, I ran out of... I was the guy that said, I know how to mint a cryptocurrency. I know how to get customers. I know how to do this. I know how to do that. I know how to do that. But you need to bring utility to the project. Yeah. So what I've ended up with is a project that still runs because I refuse to let it die. Yeah. Refuse to let it die because it's part of me and it will carry on forever. But what I've ended up with is, in a way, a bit of a project that is lacking in utility. And I'm looking, actually, to be honest, for people like yourself. Why do you think I attend these podcasts? Yeah.
There you go. It's the exposure. Right. It's the exposure aspect of it. And see, that's
no. It's not even the exposure. Hang on. I'm looking for brilliant people like yourself, yeah, with a brain on their head, yeah, who can actually understand this space. And also, like, we need, right, to network. What I need is people that can podcast. I've got YouTubers. I know people that can YouTube. I know
absolutely
people that can do this, people that can do that, people can do this, people can do that. So long as we can all understand each other's goal, then we can help each other move forward in the right direction.
All right, that's good, man. I want to give a big shout out to the Her Perspective podcast, aka Athena. She says, "Hey, y'all." And you know what? It's kind of funny because speaking of Athena,
if I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed, because I'm going to play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Hey.
Dun, 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 dun. We got Athena on the panel.
Hi, Athena.
All right, Miss Athena. It's been a while since you've been over here, but it's good to have you here. So real quick, you want to give a brief introduction to the people? We're just kind of chopping it up a little bit before we get into the first question, kind of, breaking the ice a little bit. So you want to give the people an introduction and tell them who you are real quick?
Yeah, I'm Athena. I have a channel, Her Perspective podcast. I am doing different types of shows. Tonight, I'll be doing a blind reaction to games. So people suggest games for me to do, and I go and I play them horribly. So
strip poker.
No. No.
Of course. So as far as like the blind reactions are concerned, what are some of the games that you've played so far?
I tried Doki Doki Literature Club. I could not get past the first bit. I'm gonna redo it. But the one that I'm doing tonight is like Five Nights at Freddy or something. Most of them are like scary games because I'm kind of a chicken shit. So, Hey.
We got Shane Nolan 5625. He says, "Hey, Athena, looking well."
Yeah, you're looking good, Athena. I've been watching a lot of your content online as well. I've seen you like your. Oh yeah, you got like a really good lifestyle by the looks of things with your chickens and
Mhm.
animals. And what do you live on like a farm?
No, she
Mhm.
got she got the homestead life going on. That's what
I
it
The
is.
homestead
do.
life.
I love it.
Yeah, she got the
Mm.
homestead life going on. Well, now what? Real quick, what was that game you said you played? Something literacy club.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up because the title is a little off-putting, but then it sounds like one of those games where it's unassuming, but then once you play it and kind of get the hang of it, you could easily get addicted to it.
So it's supposed to be, I think, like horror, but like in the beginning, it seems all sweet and innocent. It's like anime, and they have a literature club, and then it's supposed to get really dark. And I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Uh-huh.
But we'll see.
Okay, cool. All right, so real quick before we get into the first question, how's the week been treating you, Athena?
It's good. It's just been a little busy. Doing the regular thing, I guess,
A little busy or a lot of busy?
always busy. I stay
Okay.
busy.
Okay. Yeah. Me and Mark can tell. I can definitely tell. I can definitely tell because you're staying busy with the animals. You got a son you're raising. I mean, you got a lot of
Homeschooling.
that's what I'm saying. You got a lot of work you're doing. You're trying to set up shows. You're trying to make videos. You're staying consistent on the content. You're hopping on this panel. You're hopping on that panel. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, hey, my hats off to you. I know you got a lot going on.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and see, I'm actually glad that you pulled up on the panel because of what the topic is.
Yeah.
And what the topic is the rise of independent women. So there's gonna be some more people that pull up shortly. When I already
Mhm.
sent links out, so whenever they pull up, they pull up. But with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get into the first question. And the first question is this: how has independence changed women's expectations in relationships? I'll say it one more time. How has independence changed women's expectations in relationships?
Um Well, it's definitely increased their expectations because it used to be they were looking for some sort of provider, especially if you go back, I would say like 100 years ago, most people lived a more similar life to what I'm doing, like living on a homestead. And they would stay home with the kids. They might have had like a little side hustle, baking bread and selling it, or that kind of stuff, or working on the farm, helping their husband with the farm. But with women's independence, it's now all about them instead of it used to be all about
Mm,
the man. And so they're like, well, I have my dreams, I have my stuff, I want to be independent and chase my dreams. So it's like two people fighting for separate lives instead of two people working together in one life, if that makes sense.
hmm. Okay.
So, as far as standards go, because they can earn their own money, they're like, well, I don't have to settle because I can take care of myself. So, yeah.
So, do you think that that applies to you as well?
For me, maybe a little bit. I think that if you look at women a long time ago, they really didn't have an option. And I don't like the idea of women not having options. I just think it's unrealistic. A lot of the standards are unrealistic. For me, I want a man who is equally yoked. I don't think my expectations are unreasonable. I just think I have very strong convictions, and that makes dating extremely hard on top of the whole homestead thing. But that also goes to the man used to be the main character. I'm not willing to move back to the city. So that's a whole other layer. Um,
What was that? What was that term you just used? Sorry, Athena. Equally what? Yoke.
Yoked. So, yes. So in the Bible, they talk about being equally yoked. A yoke is
Like from
a
an egg.
contraption that no, not YOLK.
She's
Y
saying YOKE.
So it was this thing that went on the back of oxen's necks. And if one oxen was bigger than the other, it would be off balanced. So when they were plowing, they couldn't plow correctly.
So
Exactly.
an ox, an actual, yeah, an ox.
Yeah,
Sorry, an oxen, yeah.
But if they're equal, right,
I
then
know
they
what you
can
mean. I know what
both
you
be
mean.
successful in the task.
So then, okay, so then what would be an example of someone that you would be equally yoked with, in your opinion?
Someone who strives to follow God's word, someone who reads the Bible, prays. I don't expect perfect, but someone who definitely prioritizes God first, then, you know, family, career, that I wouldn't mind. I have before given up my career whenever I was younger and I got married. I gave up my career to support my ex-husband's career. So it's not that I'm like so focused on my career. It's that I'm not willing to move back to the city. I can't. I hate it so much.
I mean, I think you could, but I understand where you're coming from, because it's like it's not that you're just running a homestead. It's a way of life. So it's like it's not the same as a person who's living in the city and living a lifestyle that's kind of fast paced, to where everything as far as what they bring into their life is kind of outsourced besides the money. So I mean, I get what you're saying. It's more of a thing of, I'm not willing to give up this lifestyle that I have for myself to kind of fit into someone else's lifestyle. So then, if you're not willing to move back to the city, then how would a future relationship work? And like, because I get what you're saying as far as the equally yoked part is concerned, about someone who prays, who's ambitious, who reads God's word and tries to live according to what the Bible describes. But how easy or difficult do you think it would be for a guy to come in that would say, you know what, this is the exact type of life I want, the homestead life? Because there's nothing wrong with it. I don't see anything bad about it.
Well, I recently found a homestead singles group on Facebook, and I was like, well, shoot, let me give it a shot. Oh my God, I was overwhelmed. Apparently, there's a lot of us out there, and most homesteaders, we live a very like solitary life. And so it gets pretty lonely. And I think like all of us are just like, hey, who's willing to move?
Well, I live a very, what I would call a comfortable life now. Also, it's taken me a long time to develop that comfortability, you know, and it's taken me a long time to build up all the systems I need in place for me to feel secure and safe in the place that I live and comfortable. I'm not saying that I live in, you know, I would love to escape to the country and go and live that kind of lifestyle, you know, and raise chickens and do this, that, and the other. But at the same time, you know, I feel like some of us get trapped anyway. We do get trapped. You might argue that, you know, life is what we make of it, you know. But then again, could I really adapt to it now that I'm so used to living this particular lifestyle for so long? Could I really now adapt to that new lifestyle? It would be a shock on the system. I'm sure I can, so long as it was done in the right way. But I'd love, you know, and we live in a concrete jungle. I live in a concrete jungle. So part of me is quite jealous, actually, of people that do live that freer lifestyle on the plains, you know, raising sheep and chickens and lambs and goats. I wish that was part of who I was. Yeah, I suppose, you know, we just all have to deal with what we've got. So I do enjoy watching it. I'm just saying. I just wanted to throw my 2 pennies worth in. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything like that. I'm just saying, just putting my 2 pennies worth.
No, it's all good, man. So, because I know you said something about joining the Homestead Singles group, and it's kind of funny because I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're
It's got like
talking about.
100,000 people in it.
No, because I was scrolling through my Facebook feed one day, and a picture of you popped up, and I was like, "Oh, what is this?" No, it had a whole bunch of interactions on it, and I was like,
Like
"But no,
300 comments.
but then when I looked at it, I saw Homestead for Singles. I'm like, "Oh, okay, this must be a dating group," and I saw a whole bunch of people were going crazy on it. Yeah, I saw it.
It's a little overwhelming. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I mean it's cool because with the advent of the internet, it makes the world seem smaller than it really is. But at the same time, what I do like about like the current age of how things are is it makes it easier to connect with people that may have similar values and lifestyles as yourself. So that's kind of why I'm asking, like, how difficult or simple do you think it would be for you to attract the right type of man that would be okay with relocating to you as opposed to you relocating to him? Because you already said, like, my roots are set, I ain't going nowhere.
No, I'm actually willing to move as long as they have a homestead. 'Cause yeah,
Okay.
I would just get the trailer and just like take the animals there, you know. I don't want to give up my animals. I love my animals.
But that seems right. So I'm sure you can do that because you've got a trailer and you live in America. So I'm sure it's easy for you to jump on your trailer and pack up all your stuff and travel. You've got such a vast region to explore in America.
Yeah.
No, she really does. She really does. And the crazy part about it, Mark, is that Athena and I are in the same state. We're literally in the same state. It's just you're what 5 hours away from me?
I'm in the DFW area.
Yeah, you're still up there like Dallas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio.
Oh, is it really 5 hours? I thought it was like 3 hours. Well, maybe with my driving.
It's 3 hours. No, it's 3 hours. It's 3 hours from San Antonio to Houston.
It's 4 hours from where I am to Houston.
Okay,
that's kind of weird.
I drive a little fast.
There you go. That's why. Yeah. Hey, officer, she's right here. She's right here. She's right here, officer. No, I mean that makes sense because like with me being in San Antonio, I'm kind of like central. So I have a lot of cities around me. So it takes maybe an hour to go to Austin because all I have to do is hit 35. You just hit 35 north and it'll take you straight there.
Yeah.
So I have to go through San Marcos. I have to go through San Marcos. I have to go through New Braunfels. I have to go through Waco, Buda, and I think like a couple other little small cities before you get to Dallas. It's literally like a straight shot.
I've got a question for Athena.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to cut to the chase because, like, I was thinking there were a few questions I had in the back of my mind, and then as soon as Athena joined the podcast tonight, I was like, I can't remember a single one of them. I didn't write them down or anything. But no. The point being, no. It was they were for you anyway. It was my fault. I didn't remember. It's my blankness. I'm saying so when I was looking at some of your previous podcasts, yeah. I noticed, right, and I think I mentioned in one of the comments, like, you know, like how you advocate for men. You do advocate for men quite a lot, don't you, in your podcasts? Like, I don't really know whether, like, what that really means. Do you know what I mean? Like, are you like a male activist, or what? What do we?
No, I don't even say that I'm necessarily advocating for men. I prefer to say that I'm holding women accountable. I don't really think that, because I was going to do the debate with Chloe from Roma's Army, because she claims to be a male's rights advocate, and I could give you all the reasons why she's not, but the main thing is advocacy creates hierarchy. So for a woman to say that she is a male's rights advocate, even though by definition it doesn't have a hierarchy in the definition. If you look at child's rights advocates and animal advocates and even advocates for women, it's other women or men. It's always like equal to or greater than. And so to say that you are a male's rights advocate, you're essentially putting yourself as the spokesperson for men. And that's why I don't believe that women should do that. They're being leaders of men and they should not be leading men. And throughout history, the only women who led men, it was temporary. And also like in the Bible with Deborah, it was like a punishment to men.
Well, yeah, because I was thinking about this because I'm finding a lot of people, right, in today's era are fighting fights on behalf of the opposite of who they are. For example, there are a lot of women out there that are doing, you know, that thing where they're like fighting on behalf of men, and there are a lot of black people that are fighting on behalf of white people, and there are a lot of white people fighting on behalf of black people, and it's like almost like you know, I get like why we have to also like find common ground and fight or like find, you know, reason to support each other. But I think some people become what I would call extreme in their fight for the opposite to the point where they become, and I'm not accusing you of this at all whatsoever at all. I'm just saying, I'm asking about this because I think that there is that thing where people are just fighting like a political thing on behalf. It's like the liberal white people on the left, you know, that are all going, oh, you know, those extreme liberal whites on the left, they're all going, racism, you hate blacks, and it's like when you get down to it, it's like they have no idea what they're talking about. So look, sorry to ramble, but what do you think about these the fine balancing act that we can find when it comes to supporting each other is what I'm kind of asking.
Okay, good question. Good question. Go ahead, Athena. You got it.
So I think that I guess on like women's behalf, it's our responsibility to be helpmates. So listening to like correction and direction of men. I am an anti-feminist. It doesn't mean that I don't believe that women should have any rights. I just believe in biblical patriarchy, the way things used to be. Because a lot of feminists, they're like, oh, well, you only own land because of feminism. Well, if you look in the Bible, women owned land. So I understand there's a secular patriarchy that can be very toxic because it doesn't revere women in the way that the Bible does. The Bible says that a righteous woman is worth more than rubies. Like God really loves women the way he describes them in the Bible. So women should be cherished and loved, but they should not be, they're not equal to men. We're equal in value, but not equal in abilities. And when women try to put themselves equal to men, it creates a lot of issues. And you can even see this in the military. Women who are in platoons, the whole entire platoon, all of their stats and ratings and everything go down. They do worse when a woman is in there. So there's one.
Well, my sister is in the army, but
yeah. Well, there's one exception, and for whatever reason, it's female pilots. That's where they kind of shine. So, yeah.
I mean, in all fairness, my sister worked in logistics, but you know, it's like a little bit cringe to hear you say that because I'm thinking of my sister, who's a woman who's in the army, and I'm thinking, yeah, but she did go and serve in Afghanistan, right? Mm-hmm. And I think to myself, do you know something? And like, to be honest, she's probably, in my opinion, she's got bigger balls than most women I know. Yeah, like, and that's not a derogatory way of saying it. She's a proper woman. She's a proper feminine woman. But at the same time, I still like have to say to myself, like, she joined the army. I didn't. You know, I'm her bigger brother. And so I look at her, I look up to my younger sister. Well, I look at, you know, in a way, for having the balls and the courage to take on that male role, which a lot of people, women, wouldn't normally want to take on. And she did it, and she's alive, and she's out, and she's now got beautiful kids, and she's out of it. So she did her bit.
Well, have you told her thank you for your service?
Of course.
Okay, because look, I would say it, but I'm an American and you're a Brit, so it's like I can't thank your sister for her service, because if we ever win at it, I'm going to be on this side.
Yeah, but hang on, you shouldn't see it that way, because I see you as my ally anyway. So
absolutely.
My sister's
our flags are the same colors.
My sister's win was a win for me and America and you and you. So the way I see it is everything my sister did was for us. So it's for the West.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, we're in the Western Conference. If you look at it from a sports perspective, we're all in the Western Conference.
Right.
And the Western Conference tends to be more dominant than the Eastern Conference if you're looking at American basketball. So, okay, I can agree with that. All right, so Mark, how has independence changed women's expectations in relationships? What do you got on that?
Well, I think that they now want to be the head of the household, due to. But I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I think, right, that it's all an illusion anyway, because, you can try to be the head of the household, but a good leader, because, like I say, there are lots of. You mentioned the word the other day in one of your comments, simp, SIMP. So there are lots of people that are simping now in a relationship and being dominated by what I would call, these dominatrix type women that want to assume independence, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't think they're fully independent when it comes to the overall differentiation between the two genders. It's just that we've got lots of simps in the male world right now. And
okay. So
I don't even know if I answered your question. I don't think I answered your question fully, but
because the question was, how has independence changed women's expectations? Now, I do agree that we have a simp problem, because we have a huge simp problem, but at the same time, it's when it comes to like guys being simps, the majority of the time it's not really their fault because of how we were raised. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't get to control what type of family you're born into, and you don't get to control what type of doctrine you're given when you're a child. So a lot of it is us going off of how we were taught, and then coming out into the real world and realizing that it's not true.
Well, this is true, because look, when it comes to independence and an independent woman or a strong independent woman, don't forget, like just 2 minutes ago, I mentioned my sister. Yeah. Now, she is not the household of her family. Her partner is. Yeah. Okay. So she still assumes her female role in the family. Now, an independent woman in today's era, I think as well, right? There are so many variations or variables that creates the desire to be independent, and what it means to be independent. Like, it's so difficult to say. I think that some women just like to man hate. They just like to bash on men, and that's got nothing to do with independence. Like, how do you like what? First of all, I think we need to work out what we mean by independent, to be honest. So I'm struggling.
Okay. All right, Mr. Vibe. Mr. Vibe. Welcome to the show, brother. It's good to have you on the platform. Shout out to you. And the first question of the evening is, how has independence changed women's expectations in relationships? What you got, bro?
Yeah, well, it's good to see you, Anonymous and Mark and Athena. Good to meet you. I don't think I've seen you before. It's really interesting. So I'm Gen X. And there was a wave of feminism that came through in the 70s when I was growing up that was promoting that men and women are equal in our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools. And I remember in middle school sitting next to women and like high-fiving them going, yeah, we're both going to be engineers. And the men were being raised that way. The women were being raised that way. It's how the schools were going. And as you were saying, Anonymous, it's kind of like, depends on what era you were born in. Also depends what culture you were born in. It wasn't that way in every country, just in the United States when we had that feminism that like everybody's equal. We all have this, we're all going to go to college. We're all going to get careers and we're all going to make money. Now we were just kids. We didn't understand the impact of that. What I've seen on the generation, my generation impact is the majority of those women I was high-fiving that got the good jobs and got the engineering degrees and bought their own homes. Also, when they finally got married in their late 30s, were going through in virtual, like trying to get pregnant and trying to have their first kid in their late ages, right? Everybody forgot to tell the women that, by the way, you're going to be sacrificing something. And if you want to have a big family, you're probably not going to. And you're probably going to spend $30,000 to $40,000 or $100,000 to just have one kid. This isn't against women or against men. It's just kind of a lie that my generation told the women. And I think that's really unfortunate that nobody said, hey, by the way, when you do this, you're going to go outside of your prime. They never discussed it once. They didn't discuss it in sex ed. They didn't discuss it in schools. And I think society and that women empowerment, as great as it is to say that, yeah, women can be engineers too, actually hurt women of my generation, not giving them the whole facts. And I actually think the empowerment almost, and I think a lot of women actually don't even know it still. Like they're like, oh, well, that's just, all the women my age in my generation are going through that. It's normal. No, I don't think it's normal. And I think a lot of people were brainwashed.
I want to push back.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I want to give Athena a chance to talk, but if you got something to say, Athena, go for it. But I want to push back on what you just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with him. So you can go ahead and go, and then I'll maybe jump in a little bit.
So look, part of me thinks that sometimes we get stuck in the good old times, the good old ways, like idealistically, it would be great if, we could go back to the way it was, and yes, like historically and maybe biblically and maybe according to scripture, there is a lot of things that, hang on, I hope I'm making sense here, right? Because look, I'm saying that I understand that females historically have their role models and men fall into role models, but at the same time, roles. But at the same time, I do think that as we are moving into a new era, a new generation, that those roles themselves, the actual roles of what we, assume to be man and female roles, can now become a little bit muddied. You know what I mean? They are muddied, aren't they? They're muddied. I'm not saying that like, men aren't the stronger. Am I agreeing with you or disagreeing? Or did I completely miss what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like, so I think this is non-biblical and I think it's non-roles, right? I think it's about what society told people. We know that there is a biological window for having families, and we know that roles were developed on those biological windows, right? And that's kind of how those happened from the old days, right? Because it worked. When we were being taught that all women can be engineers and astronauts and all this stuff, and once again, I'm not saying that's bad. We forgot to tell them about the biological windows and that, there's these things. And a lot of women grew up and said, you know what, I'm at the top of my career. I want to have kids. I want to get married. And they're like, crap, like I can't do it now because I was misinformed. So yeah, I mean, there is a crossover, but I don't necessarily on your pushback see the crossover in my particular argument being that I think that wave of feminism actually hurt women more by not giving the full truth. And actually, even the current ones, I don't think we're still telling women the truth. And whenever I do say something like a biological window, everybody pushes back going, oh, you're being biblical, or, oh, you want old times. I'm just going with nature, you know what I mean? And just let everybody know what the nature is. And in fact, I even think in this latest wave, we've hurt women in the sense that women are actually shunned. They might even be called a gold digger if they just want to get married, raise a child, and support their husband. If they want to do that, they're going to be shamed. And this society shames them. And it's not going back to the old days. This is just going to a woman today. Now, maybe some want to be astronauts, and that's fine. Let them be astronauts. I'm not stopping women from being astronauts. I'm just saying that the latest society is saying you got to be out there, you got to be attractive, you've got to be self-earning. You don't support a man ever. If you do, then you're a gold digger. If you want to stay home, like, I think we've kind of messed society up.
But there are gold diggers out there, and
yes, of course.
It's infuriating to see, right, a gold digger going out there and flaunting her butt and her tits.
But what's the difference between a gold digger and a stay-at-home mom?
Well, I mean, look, there's a difference. I think you've seen those videos that they do online, haven't you?
Yeah, there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference.
I agree, there is a huge difference.
And then as soon as they find out he's got something like money or whatever, it's like, well, hang on a sec. So, but as soon as a man does that, right? As soon as a man does that, the social stigma for that towards that man, right, is completely different to the social stigma given towards that woman. So it seems very unfair to be able to tolerate a gold digger woman like flaunting her ass in that way for the sake of money. Oh, look, maybe we're going a little bit off on a tangent here, but I'm just saying, when it comes to the gold digger side of things, I just feel that we shouldn't give them like so much of a pass in that sense. Like, we should say no, we shouldn't encourage. We shouldn't have to say that. So that's just part of being a woman. It's not part of being a woman. That's part of being a manipulative, gold digging person. And men and women.
Yeah, I think you're kind of missing it, because I think we both agree there are gold diggers, and I think society overall shuns them, whether they're male or female. And I think they're a smaller percentage. And there are men out there who are older, like me, that aren't married or were married, and they want to have a woman, but they don't really care anything except for them to be a trophy, right? But this is an elite 1%, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the 99% of women that aren't gold diggers, but do want a husband that has money, that can provide a college fund for their kids, that wants to stay home and wants to educate the kids and wants to take them to soccer. And I don't think she's a gold digger, but I think she is shunned almost like a gold digger in today's society, even though she's not, because she's like, I want a successful husband, not because I'm looking for money, but because I want to raise a good family. And I think there's a mix up there. And I'm really supporting the woman that wants to do that. I think there are women out there that are trying to do careers, but rather be at home, but they're too scared to be shunned.
I don't even think that that's really the case, because the way society is now, society is giving women conflicting messages. Because on one hand, society tells women, don't worry about a relationship or a man right now. You need to just focus on a career and not have to depend on a man. But then once they get that, they have this idea in their mind that if I take the masculine route, then I'll get the masculine benefits for it. And it doesn't work the same way, right? So for us guys, if we delay relationships and family, we're focusing on getting our priorities and our resources together so that way we could turn around and support the family with that. But when women take the masculine route, that's not what the end goal of what they want is. Because if they get a man, they expect a man that did more work than them. They don't get money and careers and degrees to then give all that to a man. It doesn't work the same way. So when I'm saying that women are given conflicting messages, they want to take the masculine route, but get the feminine reward, which is the husband and the family. So when it comes to both sides choosing a path in life, it's either one or the other. You could either chase a career and resources, or you could prioritize a family. But as a woman, it's extremely difficult to do both. That's why you have to have a 2-parent household. So you have one parent that's prioritizing gathering the resources and making sure that the family has enough resources to sustain itself. And then you have the mother that's making sure that the kids are nurtured properly. That's why that dynamic works so well. But like what you and Mark were saying, both of the statements that you guys made are contributing to the factors of women's independence also changing their expectations in relationships. So Athena gave some good input, Mark gave some good input, and Vibe, you gave some great input too. It's just that the problem that we have now is you have women where you have the conversation with them. It's very obvious that they chose the masculine route, which is the money and the success, right? But then they'll get on podcasts and get on panels, but then they're describing what they look for in a man. And then when you ask them, okay, well, what are you bringing to that man, or what can that man expect from you? And 9 times out of 10, they say either I'm the table or, oh, I'm just bringing me. And that's the disconnect.
So I would like to jump in as a woman, and the things that I was told when I used to say that I wanted to be a mom when I grew up. I got looks. People treated me very badly. Like, that's what I wanted more than anything, was to be a wife and a mother. And I was pretty much ostracized by what I call the sisterhood. It's women who essentially say, hey, we don't want to go back to the old ways. We're all acting like this. You stay in line. The moment you don't, you are ostracized from being, you can't sit with us, kind of thing. You don't get to sit at the table with everyone. So you get treated poorly. And then women also still, want the whole settling down and having kids and all that, but they want to wait till they're 30, because women are saying, like women who are, I would say, like my mom's age, and even some women my age, they're telling these young women it's horrible. Like, we hate it. If you can go and build your own, so you never have to depend on a man, so you can leave at any point. That's what they're telling these young girls. And I think what it is, because we muddied the water, like what you said, Mark, with these gender roles, women are no longer natural nurturers, because they've been taken away from that. It used to be that the women were helping out with the children, changing diapers, feeding, and all of that with the family. But now that's not seen as much. I used to want to, instead of going to like the youth sessions, I wanted to go to the nursery and I wanted to play with the kids there. And they're like, you can't do that. And I look at that and I'm like, no, the girls should be doing that. They should be learning how to be moms, because biologically they did this study with men and women. When men hear like breaking glass outside, they're more likely to wake up and the mom stays asleep. The woman, if the baby cries, she's more likely to wake up and the man's more likely to stay asleep. Like, we are not the same. We have different needs. I mean, it's nice to be like, you can be whatever you want. But the reality is, how many people actually do it and how many people are actually good at it? Like, we sold these kids a lie saying you could do whatever you want, but there are biological factors that make us good at certain things over other things. And we essentially said that the things that women are naturally good at are demeaning and degrading. And I don't think it's good to encourage people the opposite way. It's worked for thousands of years. Stepping away from that doesn't make sense. There was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot. So
yeah, but if you think about it, no, you're absolutely right. But this is the problem. So because I pay attention to a lot of how society operates, especially in the present day, like in the 21st century. And basically from what I'm seeing is it doesn't matter how far we progress in the future as far as society is concerned. Men are still expected to operate and think and function like the men of yesteryear, while women are liberated from any and all responsibilities, while expecting to still reap the benefits of male traditional gender roles. I'll give you an example. Yeah, I make my own money, but you're still supposed to be the provider. Your money is for us, but mine, oh no, you don't have anything to do with that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like they're trying to they want to move and think and talk like modern women, but then on the back end, you still want those traditional benefits. You want a man to put you up and get you out of harm's way. You want him to be able to protect you in times of danger. And then you say you want a leader, but at the same time, if you're independent, that means you're moving without the guidance of someone over you. So it's conflicting. We're preaching conflicting messages to women, but with the men, our standards and our roles are very rigid and very strict.
But people reap what they sow, right?
That's
people
true.
reap
That's true.
what they sow. So at the end of the day, right, we see plenty of these videos out there of these young girls going out there, you know, you see them, those street interviews. Have you seen them online, the street interviews where people just them and question them, what do you look for in a woman and this, and they always go, yeah, you know, like, and they just like look like street trash. Yeah, I don't want to repeat half the stuff they say, but what I'm saying is they reap what they sow. That's their problem. At the end of the day, they're going to end up being with some kind of idiot simp or like abusive idiot. And yes, I know we don't want to see people like in those types of relationships. I suppose we've got an obligation to look after them, but they're still going to reap what they sow. Like sometimes you can go out there and you can preach to the world. You can try and do as much as you can to help these people, but they're still going to be young, naive, go around. They want to drink their alcohol. They want to flaunt their stuff. They want to live that young lifestyle. It's only when they get older that they do finally realize, oops, I made those mistakes. I wish I didn't make those mistakes when I was younger. But what can you do to help these people? And that's, I think, the big question. What can we do to prevent?
Yeah, I mean, it really kind of comes down to brainwashing, doesn't it? Right? I mean, the problem is so big, and somebody in chat actually brought up a point that I was going to bring up. But before I get to that point, I mean, first, if we look at nature and nurture, and let's just remove nurture, right? So we're not talking about God. We're not talking about society. We're talking about nature, the way you were born. And if we were to take the way you were born and we were to put two colors, red and blue, and from your nature, you tell everybody to run to one color, and some people are going to run to blue, some are going to run to red, just because their nature is that. Now, this is what formed the gender roles. Was their nature was to run to being at home and not killing the animals, and the men, or their nature was to run and kill the animals. Now 2% of the men were like, I don't like killing animals, I want to take care of the kids. And 2% of the women are like, I want to kill the animals, I don't want to kill the kids. And over thousands of years of man, those 2% advocated to convert everybody else that didn't fit in, that they didn't fit into, to be equal, right? Saying, because I don't fit in this, I need everybody else to realize that they don't have to fit into it anymore. And that's nurture, right? So we took the nature out of it over the last couple thousand years. And Mark, you originally said, like, hey, just because the old times. Well, the old times were created by nature, not nurture. Now, the environment we're in today is a new nurture that goes against our nature. And it actually, this goes to the other 2 points, right? We've got things now happening when we talk about like simp men and women. There was a time, where there was shotgun weddings. If you got a girl pregnant, you got married. Nowadays, you get a girl pregnant and you freaking run, right? That's a bad character man. And women feel like they have to have a career to be as a backup, or an abusive man in a marriage. How do I get out of that marriage if I don't have my own money? I have to have a backup plan, right? And this is nurture, not nature, by the way. And then we have a whole new society too, since we changed everything and we opened up, importing from countries that don't have the same labor laws we do, where they can just work anybody for any wage. In the 50s, you could have a refrigerator salesman that could buy a car, send his kids to college, own a house, and the wife could stay at home. Today, a refrigerator salesman can barely afford rent in a house, and you almost need a 2-house income. So when we're like, hey, let's just bring everything back to the wife staying at home and the husband working, it doesn't really work in today's society, because the nurture that we've created today is anti-intuitive to actually raising a family and sending kids to college anymore. We've gone so far off the rails that it's almost hard to step back. And because it's so hard to step back, it's also hard to reconvince people that, we actually do have to change more than just going back to the old gender roles, we have to actually change how a lot of society works and how a lot of people think. It's such a bigger problem than just saying men work, women trust them. Like, you can't just do that. The problem is systemic from so many different angles, and it's really hard to address.
I don't want to interrupt again because I know that it should be Athena's turn next, right? I'm sure it should be. Do you have anything to say on that, Athena? Because I really want you go.
I really do. Let me go really quickly.
Yeah.
So
I
think, and this is not a jab at you guys, but I will say that I had friends who lived out in the country, and when I would go, I learned how to can, I learned how to process animals, and that's where my passion for homesteading came from, and that's why I have a homestead now. I could never go back to the city. People in the city would just unalive if there was any natural disaster. Like the things that they don't know how to do, the incompetence, no offense. Like the amount of money people spend on convenience is crazy. So if we had women who actually stayed home and made a home, they were homemakers. And I give this one example with laundry detergent. The laundry detergent that I make, it costs me like what, $3, and it lasts me like 3 months. I cook everything from scratch. My expenses are so much lower. So much lower than people who live in the city.
Point. She's making a good point. She is making a good point.
Save enough money so that you can live on a one-person income, and then women can do things like I clean houses because even though I am a single mother, I homeschool my son. So I clean houses. I bring him with me. He does his homeschool stuff, or I give him like the tablet with work for homeschool there, and I clean houses. I sell some of the animals. I breed them. I sell them. I stock my freezer with food. Like there are ways you could save money by staying home.
Yeah, but the challenge comes in convincing women that way is a lot more efficient and giving up their lifestyle. With men, the way we think is we'll try something until we find something wrong with it, and we try to figure out a different way. Like if we find something that works, we'll stick with it until it doesn't work. And then we'll try ways of making it work. And then if we can't figure out a way to make it continue to work, that's when we abandon it. So if we're doing what we've always been doing, which is always working, always stacking money, always working on ourselves to try to be the best men for our future families and being wise leaders, we're not going to abandon that. So when it comes to the independence changing women's expectations and standards, there's not really any propaganda that's telling men to not work on yourself and not be productive. There's propaganda telling women that, oh, you don't got to listen to him. You don't got to listen to him. You could be your own person. Well, you don't need him for anything.
So I think it's important what Athena was saying, bringing that into the conversation, because
she's right.
Is a difference.
She's right. She's
between
right.
The city mindset and the countryside mindset, right? And I also think that, like, in the city mindset, people are becoming more androgynous or moving towards this kind of more non-binary way of thinking. They are. Like, you see it more like on the outskirts, people are refusing it. But then we've got the likes of Bill Gates coming up and trying to buy up all your farmland anyway, which is quite discerning. But without going off on a tangent, I'm saying that there is a point. The city life mindset, and there is this androgynous mindset. I've seen it, right? I've heard people talk about transhumanism, and like, I'm not talking about transgenderism, I'm talking about transhumanism and all of that kind of stuff, to the point where we become, right, an androgynous society anyway. It's an ideology that I think is being deliberately pushed out there by certain far left wing organizations, probably funded by the likes of George Soros, if I was to point fingers. Anyway.
Bro, that's getting into a whole different type of conversation.
No, it's not.
And I know exactly what you're talking about too. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's staying on the same thing because I wanted to bring it back to this gender thing, right?
Go ahead.
Vibe was saying, so because like we were talking about, I spoke about androgyny and transhumanism and transgenderism, and we're speaking about gender. Now, a lot of people argue that gender is on a spectrum or not on a spectrum, and it's like one of those things that I started thinking about it for a long time. I'm like, well, how do we figure out if it's on a spectrum or not? And it's like looking at color, isn't it? Color or shade. Color and shade is on a spectrum. Gender, is it on a spectrum or is it not? Of course it's not, because we can look at biology and science and prove that. But then when we start looking at hermeticism, the hermetic laws, right? The hermetic laws of gender, we notice that the hermeticism in itself, right, does blur the lines. And this is why people start labeling a car and giving it a gender. Oh, that's my calling it Beth or Betty or Susan.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's
that's
like
true.
So people, when they say to me, like, what's the difference between sex and gender? I say, well, do you have sex with your car? No. But do you genderize your car? Yes. Or in language, especially in Spanish or Hispanic language, they genderize language to differentiate. So I find it a really difficult thing to fully understand. So if someone can help me, then please.
You know what? No, watch this though.
Oh.
Because I actually study different languages, right? Because I'm actually learning a couple right now. And what I've come to realize is that I think English might be the only language that doesn't have gender words. Every other language does. Now, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but in other languages, you can have one word and have a masculine form of it and a feminine form of it. I'll give you an example. So like in Spanish, if I want to say the word ready in Spanish, it's listo. If I say it to you, tú es listo, I'm asking you, are you ready? To a man. But if I say it to Athena, it changes. It's lista.
Yeah. So most of the Polynesian languages, they have boy and girl, but they don't have him and her. So they only have a they. So a lot of times anybody that speaks a descendant of a Polynesian language, often when they learn English, will say, he just did that. And they actually meant she just did that, which can be really confusing because they have a hard time in their minds. They know what a boy and a girl is. They do have boy and girl, but they only have a they. So sometimes they mix up like saying he or she when translating in English. So they're, but not all Polynesian languages, just some.
Right.
And from the descendants there. But I mean, it is a good point. And I hesitate on this. I'm actually going to be jumping on Sarah's channel, doing a 1-on-1 and opening up to an 8-in-1 debate on.
Oh, Sarah, the Raging Tomato?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her.
I'm going to be doing.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be doing tomato. You know,
right.
We all have our preferences, which is ironic. But I have a really in-depth thing that I'm going to be doing on sex and gender that is not the same that anybody is doing on YouTube. Really kind of addressing what you're saying, Mark, in that I actually think like the right and the gender roles that we force on people are part of the problem. But then the way the left is saying, well, then we're just going to change everything. It's wrong prescription for the wrong thing we're doing. It's like one person has a compass and threw it away, and the other person said, well, then I'm going to throw away the map. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, when it comes to women's, the women discussion, because I've done a lot of research too. I have like documents and things like that. I want to dive into this conversation because I have a lot of information in my head, but I don't want to take it off topic to what we're actually talking. So I'm going to kind of be a little quiet on that. In expanding there.
Well,
just
I don't think we should. I think we should just go for it. What do you think, everyone? Just go for it.
No, I mean, if you want to touch on it briefly, then you can. But real quick, I want to give a big shout out to Red Lipstick Vibe. She says, "Hey, Athena." Yeah, I saw her in the chat because she's usually over with Fatty and Ilkan Ali on the Untouchables. Shout out to the Untouchables. They've had me over there on their platforms a few times, and I've engaged in some of the conversations. And I just want to give a big shout out to them and everything they got going on. And I also want to give a big shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes because she's doing her thing. I see her doing her own shows and stuff like that, and she's very, very active over on Fatty's channel, and she's very, very active over on Ilka and Ali's channel. And because you're associated with people that I've done panels with, you're automatically invited to come over here and chill on my side of YouTube as well. So one more shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All right, so
Shit like that.
Vibe, did you want to touch briefly on what you were just talking about?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible here. So, I mean, I did mention that men will tend to go into masculine roles and women will tend to go, if we take the nurture out, their nature will tend to go to more feminine roles. And when I say feminine, there's a definition between what a feminine role is, because that is their general nature, right? However, society has now said, and there is a spectrum when it comes to gender, and it existed prior to everything that's happening today. We had tomboys, and these were girls that like loved to climb trees, and they grew up as girls mostly, right? They were like, I'm a tomboy. I like to do boy things, but I'm still proud of being a girl.
Right.
There are boys that like, there's this great comedian. He's called Eddie Izzard, and Mark probably knows who he is. He calls himself an executive transvestite. He's straight, but he actually goes on stage and like dressed kind of like in heels and feminine with makeup but short hair. So he's a man that likes women's clothes and makeup, but he's still a man, right? And I think, Athena raised her hand on the tomboy thing. I think we've destroyed that in society, and our schools also are now saying, if you have any of those tendencies, you're not who you are, right? I think back in the day, we said, yeah, you know what? Some women are different. Some do like to climb the ladder. Some want to climb the trees. Some men like makeup and long hair, right? And, but now we go, because you'll hear every trans person and gay person go, I knew before, like when I was at a young age, before even puberty. Well, why did they know? And it's part of the brain wiring. It's that all of society goes, as soon as somebody goes to the doll, a boy goes to the doll before the truck, everybody's like, oh, well, that one's a little bit light in the loafers. And they take the doll away and they put the truck in there. And they're wiring. We all know young kids. If you have kids, you know that young kids' brain wiring happens immediately. And all of a sudden, this child is being told that he's not allowed to do the things he wants to do because of his sex. And all of a sudden, as he gets older, he starts understanding the only way I can do what I want to do is by changing my sex. But he doesn't have to change his sex. We just have to stop telling him, you can still be a man. You can still do these things. You could be a stylist. I mean, there's straight clothing stylists, right? It's just society has gone so strict on the right, saying that men, 100% of men have to stand up. I think men should stand up. But I think those men that want to have long hair or makeup, they can still stand up and be husbands if they just weren't told that they were gay or they were trans when they were 4, even by their grandparents who didn't mean to do any harm, just was like, oh, he's not fitting in the role, right? We have to go, okay, this one, he's a little bit out of his role. He's a little bit out of his spectrum, but it doesn't mean we're going to start shaming him for being outside of his spectrum. Right. So my whole thing is, we wouldn't have this problem if we didn't shame men that were a little less masculine and a little more feminine, and we didn't shame women that were a little less feminine and a little more masculine. There is no woman out there that's born that is as masculine as a man, and there's no male that's as feminine as a woman. It is a spectrum, but it's a spectrum that only crosses, like 10%. There's like nobody crosses 100% to like make that whole transition. So that's kind of like my argument, and that's why I think both sides are doing it wrong. The right side's basically shaming people for fitting outside the spectrum or fitting outside the role, and the left side is failing and hurting children by saying, oh, because the right is actually misguiding you, you can be whatever you want now and just change everything. So I think both the right and the left are screwing the whole thing up.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but
Let's
Yeah, I don't know about.
Athena. I want to hit because Athena.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Go ahead.
Say,
Yeah, go ahead, Athena.
but you just really got that off your chest there. You just really got that off your chest.
I think that I agree with everything that you said because I was a tomboy. I used to catch those little lizards and they like bite down and don't let go, and I put them on my ears and wear them like an earring.
Oh,
so, like,
really?
I know. I was a weird kid, man. I played in ditches and climbed trees and all of that. But there's like this trend with women my age wanting their sons to be gay. And so they would, if their child was a little, yeah. And I heard one of my friends say that, and I went through, like, when I was in college, a slight like liberal phase. I say what do I call it? Temporary insanity. Which happens in college, and y'all forgive me for that. But even as liberal as I was, one of my girlfriends was like, yeah, I really hope my son is gay and this and that. And I'm like, I know. And I see her son's a little more feminine, and it's because I think she pushed him towards that. And with my son, I'm like, when he was 3 years old, he's like, Mom, can I jump on the sheep? I was like, do it. Let me get my phone out. I'm gonna record this. And like, he climbs trees, he does all that. But also when he picks up like a baby doll, I'm not gonna tell him to be no, because one day he's gonna grow up, he's gonna be a man and have children. I don't understand telling boys that they can't nurture as like a negative thing. I always tell my son, be gentle with the animals, be nice to the animals, love on the animals, we take care of them. But he also does the other masculine thing. And I think that's what you're saying. It's like almost like people are so afraid that they can't show any compassion as a man because, oh no, that would be weak. But if you look at Christ was compassionate. So I don't understand how that's a weak trait. I mean, unless you let it completely consume you.
Yeah, but Christ wasn't feminine at all, though.
Hang on.
I know.
No, I want to touch on that.
Yeah,
so
go ahead,
when I
Mark.
was a kid, right, so this is really important because I listened to both what Vi was saying and what Athena was saying, and I was trying to come to some conclusion here, and it makes sense. You see, I told you. Like my mum, I'm not sure if I mentioned it before in the previous episode, but she was a beauty therapist, a makeup artist, all of that kind of stuff, yeah. Mm-hmm. And she needed a guinea pig, and guess who was a guinea pig? Me, the son, yeah. She used to practice her beauty therapy, like makeup on me as a kid. Of course, I never went out into public looking like that, did I? Yeah. Now, you have to understand something, right? My mum and I always wondered, did my mum secretly deep down inside want me to be gay? Right? Did she? Did she really want to feminize me? Because there are women out there like that. And because there was a time when she asked me a question around, the dinner table, something like, oh, it's okay, Mark, if you do turn out to be gay, it's okay with me. And it's like, these kind of little type of things where you're a bit like, oh, But then I always just turned around and said, Mum, I'm happy to be a guinea pig, yeah? You can do your hairdressing stuff on me, it's fine. I don't really mind, right? I don't mind that kind of stuff, but like, it was a bit awkward. And I think that obviously my dad came in and it was a bit like, and I said to him, look, I don't mind practicing and stuff, but I'm not comfortable with it. So I went through that practice phase, right? Or that kind of little phase where I would say, if I was,
hey, you're muted. You're muted.
If I was inclined to be more feminine driven, or if I didn't have my dad there, maybe, maybe I could have been sucked into that kind of like, I would have been like what would you call it? A doll, like a little doll. Because my mum did beauty therapy at the end of the day. And I got into dancing. She got me into dancing and all that kind of stuff. And, all the kind of stuff that when you're in school and you're trying to be, a bit of a boy, a bit of a man. Obviously, I loved my action men. I loved all that kind of stuff. But there was a crossover there. Thankfully, I never fell into it. I always just said, I don't really like dick. Well, you're right there. Oh, sorry, my friend was having a problem in the kitchen.
Well, we also have to remember that makeup or dresses, like look at the Scottish, has nothing to do with a gender role, right? There's not a role that says a man is less masculine because he's wearing makeup. I mean, that's a social construct. So that's not nature, that's nurture. Basically nurturing somebody to say, if you put makeup on, you're not a man, and maybe you're a little bit light in the loafers. If you put a skirt on in Scotland, if it's the right skirt, you're fine. If I put a skirt on in the United States, even if it's a Scottish skirt, people are going to be like, what's up with that guy? Right. So this goes down to, this is a social construct, and goes back down to now, like for you, there's nothing wrong with your mom putting makeup on you, because that's not a feminine role that you're playing. That's just like, if somebody saw that and said you're okay with that and made you feel ashamed of it, that's gonna break your brain when you're a kid.
Back in the day, there was like lots of I don't know, like that. There was that film, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Did you ever watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
I have, and I've even participated back in the 90s.
Oh, right. Well, there we go. Athena's shaking her head as if she's never seen it.
I saw bits and pieces of it, but I wasn't allowed to watch secular movies and listen to secular music. And I think one of my friends, I was going over to her house and she's like, you haven't seen it? And I told my parents about it, that she wanted to invite me over to a party where they were going to watch it. And they were like, absolutely not. You are sitting that one out.
Right. Okay. Well, I can understand why. I think you were lucky not to have been exposed to that film. Because to be honest, when I watched it, I was like, Mum, why are you? I'm not really into this kind of stuff. Like, she's the one that wanted me to watch it. With the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm not slating my mum, by the way, because I love her. I'm just saying, it's like, I can see that you like that kind of man that dresses up in high heels and wears a bit of makeup. And I think that she used to find it, especially back in the day, I think back in the 60s, that kind of like, they had that rock period over here in England, where we had like David Bowie or David Bowie and like all of these kind of rock legends that used to wear a lot of stage makeup and flaunt themselves. And I think that there are lots of women that still adhere to that, and it's just grown and grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. What do you think? And now we've got like satanic stuff, which makes no sense. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Anybody want to respond to Mark's question or whatever he said?
Yeah, or whatever he said. Yeah, my friend just went and dropped all our food all over the floor in the kitchen. That's why he went, I was like, so I'm going to go and have to help him. So I'll be back shortly.
All right. So real quick, does anybody else have anything on this question before we move on? How has independence changed women's expectations in relationships? Is everybody good? All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on. So if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us from the very beginning, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to get in on the live action, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. And I want to give a big shout out to the panel. All right. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and move on. And we actually have a video to react to just real quick. So let me go ahead and play this. If my thing, hold on. That's weird. It's like not scrolling down for some reason. Yeah, that's weird. Hold on. Let me refresh this and then come back. Hold on.
Well, now it's just you and I, Athena. By the way, I live in Southern California right now, and I found a place that doesn't have an HOA. So we built a chicken coop in the backyard. We've got some chickens. We have fruit trees. We have all those things. But I grew up in Michigan. I know how to kill an animal. and I agree with you. Like, it's so much easier, like, when you move out to the country. But the majority of the population in the United States lives in the large cities or on the coast. And that type of living, when it comes to cost savings, just doesn't exist anymore. And I know Anonymous, I know we're about to go into the next thing.
You go ahead.
Was saying that, like, you got to convince the women to go out to that type of living. I would say you have to convince the women and the men. A lot of men, their jobs and their security are in the big cities. They're tech jobs nowadays, right? Like, thank God for COVID and like work at home stuff, because now more tech people have moved out to the country and actually are like living that type of lifestyle. But yeah, we definitely need to get away from everybody clustering together and moving out a little bit. But I think it's a little bit against our human nature as well to be so far away from each other, because we just crave that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and react to a video, and I'm gonna go ahead and play it right now.
But I get that.
I will say it. I love men.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But I don't love a stupid man. Okay? And I done got to the point in my life where I really want what I want in my life, because I have
that's a
worked
certain age.
so hard for my peace. If you can't be with my peace, you can be with the door.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you, and I'm really, really like, I think I've been by myself so long that, like, first of all, I hate the term feminine and masculine energy. I hate that term so much.
I think we have both.
I
we all have all of that.
freaking hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in your masculine area. Well, why don't you get in yours?
Find it. And I think we have both.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of men telling me, oh, well, you know, you hardcore. Yes, I am.
Can you handle it?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
what you bringing to the table? I am the table. Because I don't understand why you wouldn't want a woman like me. I am successful, I'm rich, I can fight.
All right. So, based on what she was describing in the video, it begs a question. Are men intimidated by independent women or simply misaligned? I'll read it one more time. Are men intimidated by independent women like her, or are they simply misaligned? We do popcorn style. It doesn't have to be in any particular order. You can give your thoughts on the video.
I would say ladies first. I want Athena, like ladies first. I feel like, you know, I talk too much anyway, so ladies first. Let's go.
So I'm gonna say definitely misaligned. I would say, I mean, she's kind of really out there, and this is why it's so important for women to hold other women accountable and say, "Hey, girl, like this isn't good. Okay, like let's tone it back." And as you can see, like I don't know the lady who was speaking mostly. I don't know her name, but I know Kelly. She's sitting there and just allowing her to just get like, oh, you don't think that's a little, you know, mean towards men? You know, she didn't correct her. Women don't do that. They don't correct each other. They don't hold each other accountable ever. And I mean, why would a man want a woman who is that loud, in your face, has masculine energy? At that point, he might as well just date a man. He's probably going to earn more. Why would you want a woman who's acting like a man who probably earns less? And she says she's successful, but you know, if that comes with her dominating the man, why would he concede to that? I just don't think that there's anything that she did in that clip that would say that's attractive for a man. I think a lot of women are delusional in knowing what it is that men find attractive because they've been told their whole life that they can essentially do anything a man can. So I think they're definitely misaligned. I don't know why any man would want that. I don't understand how fighting. Now, mind you, I'm a little scrappy myself, but I would never on a date be like, oh yeah, by the way, I can fight. Like, I don't think a guy would be like, oh yeah, really? Like, I don't know any guy who would be interested in that. So like her mentioning it kind of shows how out of touch she is of what men's needs are or their wants.
Okay. Mark, vibe. Are men
Yeah, no,
intimidated by
when she's-
independent women or simply misaligned?
I mean, that is a perfect example of misaligned. Like she said, I hate the term feminine and masculine.
Mm-hmm.
That was her first thing. And the first thing I thought in my mind was, how many women want a man when they go to the movies and another man like brushes up against his girlfriend or date or wife's ass, right? And sits there and goes, oh, did you see that, babe? Let's get away from him, right? No woman wants to see that. The woman wants to see the guy going like, dude, no, right? Get away. And a respectful man then would move on. And if the guy starts something, he's going to stand up. He's not going to run, right? That's masculine. That's feminine.
Yeah, you're gonna get a little bit of this.
Tiger uppercut.
And I mean, I've always been like, I'm the type of guy that if like a one-legged midget throws some words at me and says, I want to fight, I will run from him, right? If I have no need to fight. He said some bad words to me. I don't need proof.
Stop the cap.
I'm cool with it. But if he disrespects my wife, if I was younger, my girlfriend or whatever, you know what? I'm gonna kick him over. I'm sorry.
Falcon punch.
I'm sorry if you think that's bad. So there is this level of being masculine and intelligent and compassionate where I can go, okay, if you're hurting my ego, I'm okay running away, even if all the men around me think I'm weak for doing that, right? Because it's only my ego. But if it's my woman, I will stand up and be masculine. And I think both are actually masculine because there's intelligent masculinity and there's physical masculinity. And I think women look for physical and intelligent masculinity. It's when you only have physical masculinity and no intelligent masculinity that you turn into Jersey Shore boy, right? Like there is.
Well, Peter Pan. It's like that Peter Pan syndrome, isn't it? Some sort of Peter Pan syndrome. The boy that never grows up, to become a man, never or like, because I always said to my friend the other week, like, some of us were raised in the school of hard knocks. Now, I'm not particularly a big guy, so I don't have that male physique as such, but I work out enough to hold it down to make sure that I still keep that male physique. I've got muscles.
Stop the cap.
But what I'm saying is, you're talking about male psychology at the same time. And I think that a smaller guy has to overcompensate. And if they can't, then they're going to be like, basically it's what you're really talking about is the old school times of survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The biggest man survives. But we live in a society now where people are more protected. And I said this to someone the other week. I was like, had I lived just 50 years ago, I may not have been as protected today by society as I was back then. And I may have been just pushed to one side as, irrelevant, But if I didn't find something, so we do live in a more tolerant and inclusive society. And I'm not saying this from a liberal left-wing point of view. I'm saying it from a devil's advocate point of view. Because we do have to adhere and understand that with modern day medicine, we now have the ability to help those less fortunate people, and we don't live in that world of survival of the fittest anymore, do we?
Yeah, we do.
Well, kind of. I mean, yes, we do, but we still have that society of protectiveness. And it's that protective, like, I don't know, it's something that is part of, it's been built up, and it will only crumble if it's allowed to crumble, but we do protect people in wheelchairs.
I don't know about that anymore. I've seen some videos that were just gut-wrenching. of people taking advantage. Like it used to be, there was some sort of respect for the elderly, for kids, for people in wheelchairs. I've seen so many people attack the weakest people. And I'm just like, so I don't know. I think that's changing. I think people are becoming more, or I would say becoming less civilized. It's like we're
You're right.
regressing as a society.
This is the problem. You're right, because look, I worked in healthcare and I watched some case studies of abuse within healthcare industries where you would see like hidden cameras set up by family members where you've got abusive carers, and it's like, wow, this is the society we live in, right? And it's like sometimes when you watch these types of videos, you think, well, you know, you can lose faith in society, but at the end of the day, I think we still have an obligation to not lose ultimate hope and to ensure that we can continue to help and support those less vulnerable in life as much as possible. And I know we're crossing blurry lines, and this involves, to a degree, these people. I think that I honestly do agree with you. I'm more on your side when it comes to the political arena, when it comes to gender and mental health. I think these people are suffering and struggling with mental health issues, right? Mental health issues, and I think they're being radicalized. And I think that we have an obligation and a duty to listen and to understand and to lead by example, and that's the only way that we can get ourselves out of this. And I think this will fix all of the stuff that we've been talking about, all of it. We have to be there and listen and lead by example, because these kids nowadays, I think, are being brainwashed.
Yeah, but the real problem is that we used to lead by example, and then we were told our example is incorrect. And now we've been told that we have to do a new example, even if our old example worked. And now we're doing this new example, and you hear about the suicides and you hear about all this stuff, and we're like, let's experiment with the new example because we don't like the old example that worked. Now you can't lead by example. Well, you have to live by a new example, and this new example is hurting people.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Hey,
I want to give a big shout out to Zingo.
Bang, bang, bang. How you doing?
Shit like that.
What's up, Zinga?
We're doing great. We're doing great. You came in at a very good point of the conversation. I know you've been chilling, sitting back, watching. The question at hand is: are men intimidated by independent women or simply misaligned? I'm assuming you saw the video.
No, I didn't. I haven't been able to watch. I've been putting kids to bed and doing
okay. Well, I mean, if you want me to, I can replay the video, but before I do, I want to get Mark's take on it. Because we didn't really get Mark's take. I got Athena's take and I got Vibe's take. Mark, what do you got on that? Are men intimidated by independent women or simply misaligned?
Actually, here's what I've got a request. I want you to replay the video, right? Because I didn't watch it either. Because do you remember, I had to go offline during that time, so I missed the video as well. So I want you to replay the video for us, please, and then we'll see what Zinga has to say. And
okay, cool. I got you. So since you and Zinga didn't see it, I'll go ahead and I'll do y'all that favor and replay it for y'all.
But I get that.
I will say it. I love men.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But I don't love a stupid man. Okay? And I done got to the point in my life where I really want what I want in my life because I have worked so hard for my peace. If you can't be with my peace, you can be with the door.
Yeah.
If you, and I'm really like, I think I've been by myself so long that, like, first of all, I hate the term feminine and masculine energy. I hate that term so much.
I think we have both.
I
Like we all have all of that.
freaking hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in your masculine area. Well, why don't you get in yours?
Find it. And I think we have both.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of men telling me, oh, well, you know, you hardcore. Yes, I am. I am.
Can you handle it?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
what you bringing to the table? I am the table. Because I don't understand why you wouldn't want a woman like me. I am successful. I'm rich. I can fight.
By the way, sorry, I'll let you go, Zinga. I just really I missed it last time. She's like, I don't know why. I think she answered it.
No,
All right.
When she was doing like this, me and Scott were like, "Yeah, shouldn't we be hearing chimp noises? Chimp noises. It look like National Geographic."
Oh, you mean like this? We can't do that, Zinga. We cannot do that here, Zinga. That
Right,
is
course.
racist. That
We're
is racist. That is
Here
racist.
we go.
We can't be calling our fellow black people monkeys, Zinga.
Of
We
course.
can't do that. It's
You can call me one if you
unacceptable.
like.
It will not be tolerated, Zinga.
I can get you can.
Bad
you
Zinga.
I'm with. I submit to the terms of service.
No, I'm just messing with you. All right. So now that we played the video back, Mark and Zinga, are men intimidated by independent women? Example or exhibit A, or are they simply misaligned? What do y'all got for that?
Ladies,
Okay. I think they're just annoyed. That was so annoying to watch.
it was.
Like she looks like a dude and she's as big as a dude. So she's like, I am the table. It's like she's as big as a dinner table. And she's blaming men's weakness on the fact that she can't keep a man or find a date. And I just don't buy it. I don't buy it at all.
Mm.
So I think they find it annoying, and you can tell that she's been told what is annoying about her independent nature because she complained about it. She said, "Oh, they complain like I'm in my masculine energy. Like you need to find your masculine energy." So she's asking to be put in her place. Simultaneously, she's putting them in their place. It just doesn't make any sense. Like these women need to get it together. They need to choose what they're going to be. She's like, but I'm successful. It's like, well, men don't care about that kind of success. Just because you've been on Saturday Night Live and you've been the stereotypical black chick does not impress dudes. That's all.
Solid take.
I agree with all of that. I completely agree with all of that. And then I was thinking also, like, when one thing that stood out to me was she just seemed so bitter. Like she wasn't coming from a place of logic. She wasn't actually like, she was just blurting out all this stuff about, oh, I hate men because this, I hate men because that, and rah, rah, rah. And like, we're looking at her and I'm thinking to myself, perhaps it's because you're not getting enough attention, Perhaps you're not getting enough male attention. You've not really had, a good relationship, and you're bitter and twisted. And what you're doing now is attacking men as a result of that. So instead of taking personal accountability, you're just going on online in front of the whole world and attacking all the men around you. And me as a man watching her, I'm thinking, well, do you know what? You could actually be quite beautiful if you weren't so ugly inside.
Stop the cap.
Don't lie to her, Mark.
No, I'm saying people can be beautiful if they weren't so ugly inside, is what I mean. It's like when I watch like The View, for example, I see ugliness resonating from within, and I'm like, oh, some of the people that attend might be pretty, and I'm like, you're acting weird, yeah, and you're being bitter and resentful and nasty, and I find it horrible and disgusting, and I find it ugly. And I'm saying that perhaps if she really wanted to make the best of herself, she could twist that round. She could look at herself in the mirror and say, do you know what? Right, I need to make changes. First of all, I need to start from within. First of all, I need to stop attacking men and being bitter and twisted. Secondly, perhaps I could change my diet. And thirdly, perhaps I could stop going on online and attacking men. And then fourthly, perhaps I could start to resonate some nice vibes and say nice things to people. That's what I'm saying. So she could become beautiful if she wanted to, but she won't. She'll just continue to
Can't change bone structure without the knife.
Well, that's what Cartman would say. You know, Cartman is not big boned. He's just no, it's not fat. It's just big boned. But
Mark,
yeah,
I don't believe for 1 second that you would look at her if you ran into her out in the wild. That you would look at her and assume.
Well, not in her current state.
Demeanor and oh yeah, she looks super approachable. I'm gonna go over there and shoot my shot. I don't think you're gonna do that, bro. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you're gonna.
No, not in her current state. That's what I'm saying. Not in her current state.
But if she was if she was trad and she liked to cook, and she was like, I love Jesus, and Mark, I want to be your helpmate and queen. You still you would think she's beautiful then?
Well, no, maybe I would say that she's resonating some beauty from within, but then I'd still say to her, well, you're still not my type. I know that type. I've been offered that type. And I said, no, do you know why? Because she was too big for me. Yeah.
At the zoo.
She's very, there's a bird.
Sorry,
right, so
I want to back up for a second. You've been offered that type? Did somebody actually say, hey, I've got somebody for you. It's this type. Are you ready?
Well, no, there was this woman that
my man got catfished.
Gotcha, bitch.
No, not at all. No, not at all. There was this woman that I find very pretty. Actually, look, actually, the one that we were just talking about a minute ago actually is a dog. She's not my type at all. I'm just like taking things to the extreme. But there was this large woman that flirted with me and asked me out once. And I said no. And the whole of my workplace was saying, but why not? She's pretty. She's lovely. She's got a lovely soul. She's got a lovely personality. Yeah. And I said, because she's a bit large for me. Yeah. A little bit large. And I don't know how to go about saying that without, saying, well, I don't like fat birds. Right. I don't like fat chicks.
Have you noticed that big women really like skinny dudes?
They do.
They do. I don't know why.
No, me neither.
I haven't asked anybody.
Noticed that skinny girls like skinny guys too?
I think they like bigger guys.
You think muscular or fatter?
Either one, just kind of bigger.
Okay.
Because have you seen those videos where there'll be a really fit guy, and then there'll be a guy, kind of a guy with a dad bod, and they'll have women. Like maybe they'll be on Venice Beach or somewhere, and they'll have women hug both, and they go, "Okay, I like the way the fit guy looks, but the hug from the dad bod was just everything I needed in my life."
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's weird how they switch off there.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? But I don't because the problem is a skinny guy, right, against a skin with I think it's like because the way that. Think the cushioning, I suppose.
I'm sure it's comfy. Heck yeah.
I like dad bods. I think the ideal, and I'm a bigger woman. No. I think like a little muscular, like strong, dense man with a little bit of chubbiness on him.
Yeah.
Dreamy.
Stop the cap.
No, that's literally a preference for me. I can't stand because guys are always saying to women, don't tell us what it is that we like. But every time a woman says something like, oh, I like this, they're like, oh, stop lying. And I'm like, how do you think all these guys with dad bods are in relationships?
Okay, what was the last guy you were with? Does he fit the description that you just said?
Mm-hmm. All of them. Except for, there were two really skinny guys that I dated. And nothing against really skinny guys, but I don't have, I'm not like, oh my God, I would never date a guy who's skinny, or I would never date a guy who's fit. Like, obviously I'm not going to do that. But like, my preference really is like a guy that's a little soft, like not feminine, but like, I want to feel like
comforted with that understanding of the female, like a little bit of female understanding, but
right. I don't want
with
him
the
to have
male
food
dominant
as
aspect.
mine, but
it sounds like Mark understands.
Well, I do understand it. The trouble is, I'm a skinny guy who struggles to meet Athena's profile.
Oh, there you
profile.
go.
That's not a problem, is it?
Hey, you might have a little something to work with in that regard.
But that's not really a problem. Well, that's true. That's true, actually. Because
you just need some of the thing that's cooking. That's all you need.
I can take care of that real quick. But I'm a big woman, so
But it's true. I think everyone's got their profile. So everyone has a particular profile that they're looking for and a particular something that they like in their perfect match. And I think that's the beauty of it. We're all different, and we all have our different like set of beauty standards. And the nice thing about this is that we're not all dictated by the same set of beauty standards.
Mm-hmm.
I think Athena might be trying to insinuate that she can get you right, man.
Well, but here's the thing. I'm incentivized by these conversations to get, like, tomorrow to go and do some more push-ups and to lift some more weights. So it's not that I'm, doing it for that reason, but I'm just saying, when I hear and listen, I'm one of those people that actually likes to listen and take on positive feedback. I'm aware of my skinniness, always have been, and I've done it before.
Well, Mark, just do it. If you're gonna go work out, do it for you. Don't do it.
Yeah, no, I do
I
do it for myself. I think what it is a thing that reminded me. Sorry, go on, say Zinga. Say what you want to say.
No, I was just saying, like you should do those things to be healthy. Like I'm an older mom, so I think about my kids and I go, I kind of want to be here for a while, and I don't want to be in a home or something when they're 18. So I pick up a weight and do some dang goblet squats, because it's like one day what happens to people is one day they're on the toilet and then they can't do one rep off the toilet, and you're like, holy smoke, like, how did I get here? It's because you didn't do anything your entire life. Like usually like after 30 people stop moving, and so I'm like determined to it. Like, I can't go to the gym like I want to, but I'm like, okay, I'm just going to keep moving and keep making sure that my hips won't break if I, tumble or something. So I think that's the goal.
You're right.
Oh God, I'm still with you. Like, I'm 54 and I have a 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 21-year-old. Right. So I'm like, I need to stay fit, not even for me anymore at this point. To be there for my daughter's marriage, right? Like when she gets married. But I was also thinking about back to the dad bod. Like when my wife originally got pregnant, I actually got fat. I got fat too. I got the dad bod. So I almost wonder, like, is the dad bod something about like, oh, well, that's what happens with my dad. And my wife is in great shape. I'm in great shape. I mean, I think I am. But I agree with you guys 100%. And I know I always do this to you, Anonymous, but 4:30 is always my dead time. I have to, and it was my birthday this week, so my family's taking me out.
Hey, happy birthday to you, man.
So that's not 43. I'm 54 now.
Shit like that.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
What day was your birthday?
Tuesday.
Okay, my kid,
January
she had a
6th.
birthday yesterday.
Oh, January 6th. How about that? How about that? If you know, you know.
They're taking me out to dinner at 5, and it's 4:30 here. I'm California, so I gotta jump in the shower and get ready. Thank you guys so much for having me up. Great meeting you, Athena. Good to see you, Zinga, again. Mark, you're always here. Also, awesome to see you, Anonymous.
I'm always here, man. I'm always here. I don't know if it's like, that's a good thing or not, but listen.
And watch out for my panel on gender and sex on Sarah's channel too.
Look, just link me up, invite me to whatever it is. But I'm more than happy just to turn up and chat.
Absolutely.
In the way that I do about multiple different types of topics and conversations. If you've got your own platform, then press me on all of this kind of stuff. Because, like, seriously, I think I can hold it down. I have fun along the way as well, and I get to meet a lot of nice people. So make sure that you do it. Don't be a stranger. Nice to meet you, Vibe, isn't it?
I will do one plug too to Anonymous.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Because he's like, go ahead, because I'm sharing on my channel too. I keep on showing up every Saturday because you've got a really nice platform. It's really open. The people don't yell at each other. I like this type of conversation. I like the questions, and I really like when, even if you're against me, and sometimes I don't know you're against me, or I don't know you're for me, and you'll go against me, and at the end of the conversation, I'll find out you're with me, but you just fought me the whole time just to challenge me. And I really, really appreciate that type of dialogue. So
that's not always true. That's
kind of what I do.
True.
I do that. I did that with you tonight. I did that exactly that with you tonight. I do exactly that thing. I was pressing against you just because I want to understand exactly what it is you're trying to get to and what you're talking about. And I really like to press people on what they're trying to say. And then it turns out at the end of the day, like, I'll kind of agree to disagree and then press like what they call the devil's advocate type questions. And then see what you're getting at, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, fair play. So,
all right, well, yes. Vibe, before you head out, did you want to give a shout out to the people, or like, did you want to shout anybody out? Did you want to plug?
Yeah, I want to shout out everybody on this channel. By the way, I've been following anybody that I've been talking to on these channels, and I'm not following you, Athena, yet.
I just followed
Zinga, I am following you. I will follow you too. But anybody that's watching on a different channel than AnonymousBased, come over, hit the like button, subscribe. I don't want to steal viewers. If you love your person, you can stay with your person, but just go over for a second. He's the one doing the show. So make sure you support him, you give him the likes, and go back to your channel that you prefer. But yeah, I really appreciate these discussions, Anonymous. Thank you so much. I would like you to change your AnonymousBased thing because it looks like Pornhub logo. But that's just my.
Hey, no, watch this. No, watch this. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Hey, shout out to you, man.
Bang, bang.
Shit like that.
All right. Thank you for having me.
All right. You take it easy, brother.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
I hate to do this, but I also have to leave. I could stay for about another 8 minutes because I haven't gotten a message from the person who's going to help me do the show, but I'm doing a live blind reaction to video games, and I'm horrible at video games, so it'll
stay for 8 minutes, Athena. Stay for 8 minutes.
I'll stay for another 8 minutes.
Yeah, and let's
well, since you're gonna stay for another 8 minutes, I think it might be an opportunity for Mark to kind of shoot his shot to get some of that homestead cooking.
What are you talking about?
All right. Mark, you got 7 minutes.
No, this is Athena's time. That's what I'm saying. It's not about me. It's Athena's got 8 minutes to go, right? So
well, you're missing your chance.
You hear that, Athena? He said it's all about you.
Am I really simping right now or what?
Y'all are hilarious. Y'all are doing
Shooting your shot is not simping.
Right.
Sorry, say
I agree. No, that's not simping.
But yeah.
Hey, she's giving you the green light, man.
Oh, the
watched
music
kids,
is
yeah.
killing me.
I've
Huh?
watched kids. I've watched kids. I could be a good dad. Yeah.
Hey, well, you know what?
Bride, yeah.
You know what? Me and Zinga can fall
Is that
back
your English
and let
impression? Is that
look.
Zinga's English impression?
Me and Zinga can fall back and let y'all have it. I got you. I'll set the tone right now. Hey.
Did I see? There was AnonymousBased looking back at me. He said, coming out. I said, what is the point? Coming to my gaff now, smoke a little joint. You like tea? One of you should be now, 2 maybe 3. Yeah, let me key with a what? Yeah, looking at me because I'm the fucking number bet MC. Let's go. Anyway, I've got to fucking go soon.
Hey man, hey yo,
Something
shout
like
out
that.
to Mark, man. Shout out to Mark, bro.
Athena's like,
That was lovely. No, I was here for all
what did
of
I
it.
say?
No, like my cheeks are hurting. No, I'm so glad. That was literally the best thing I think I've ever experienced on a panel. So much going on.
Well, I never thought I'm a man of
What's
many hidden talents. Yeah, I keep trying to explain this type of shit. Yeah, you
Oh,
don't
that's
fully
funny.
understand. A man of many hidden
Oh my
silly
goodness.
talents. Jack of all trades, master of none.
So does anybody, real quick, does anybody else have anything else on this topic before we get to the last question? All right, cool. All right. What's up? Go ahead.
On. Maybe because I did notes because I forget. Oh, so you said something earlier. You said that men are held to the same standard. Now, for the most part, I agree, but this whole like be in touch with your feelings, show your emotions, and now all of a sudden school pew-pewings are like on the rise, and like the whole idea of like male stoicism has been trampled. And so I think there's still a lot of men obviously held to certain accountability because the laws still hold them accountable, and society still holds them accountable. But you have teachers who are pushing for these young men to be in their emotions, and then they're wondering why they're going out into the real world and not able to cope.
Okay. Well, I got a question from Panchucci. He said, "What's cooking at the homestead? What you about to whip up for the panel, Athena?"
I cook so much. And here's the thing. I'm half Greek, half Colombian, but I'll cook Mexican food. I cook Asian food. I like my Caribbean style oxtails are like chef's kiss. Amazing. I cook everything and I cook for everybody. Like, really? Yeah, you don't come to my house full. You come hungry because it doesn't matter if I was planning on feeding you, I will feed you.
Yeah, Mark is liking that. Yeah, my boy Mark is liking that. Yeah,
it'll be a little spicy though, just warning.
Hey Mark, you like spicy food, bro?
I like spice. I like it spicy.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. So with that being said, if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole show, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into the last question, do final thoughts and all that, and then we're going to wrap up the show. So here we go. Can two highly independent people truly build a partnership? I'll read it one more time. Can two highly independent people truly build a partnership?
I guess Athena should go since she has to go.
Since I have to go, yeah. So I think that's like fighting over fighting over going in different directions. And this is why I advocate for a woman to stay home, even if she's working from home. Like, even if she's not like running her own business or whatever, like just staying home so that she could take care of the kids. Because when kids are infants, you can work a job and take care of an infant because they sleep all the time. So it's not that I'm opposed to women like helping out, but like when they are the center career wise, it's like, and then the man is also working on his career, it creates this like division. It's two people going in opposite directions versus two people working towards the same goal, going in the same direction gives you so much more momentum. When a man only has to worry about his career, he doesn't have to run errands, he doesn't have to do laundry, he doesn't have to do any of that, even schedule his doctor's appointments. She does it all for him, even sends in the email to his work saying, hey, I need this day off to go to the doctor's office. When you have essentially a helpmate, a personal assistant who does all of that, you can achieve so much more. And so, oh, he wants to say something.
I do. You could tell, couldn't you? You could tell.
Yes.
It's because it reminds me of what you said about the stocks and the oxes. The oxes at the beginning of the thing. Right? I had a question right at the beginning of that, because, you know, like with cattle and stuff, you're saying like, you know, you combined two beings together with the stocks and the
yoke.
The yoke?
Yoke.
The yoke. Y-O-K-E, yeah, which is the wooden thing that goes over there. Right, I get it, right. So I was thinking about that though earlier, and I was like, but what if you have like a yoke that's just got an extra hole? Yeah. So you have a third cattle or a third oxen. Are you wanting a
throuple with Athena?
No.
This is highly inappropriate. She's a good
Zinger. That's very funny. That's very clever. No. But that's not what I'm saying. That's clever. That is smart. That's funny. No, I'm just trying to bring it back to like the yoke oxen thing, and you were saying that because of something to do with biblical texts, that there's a yoke and an oxen, and then you've got like the two holes and the thing. And I was like, yeah, but as man, right, as humans, we can make an extra hole, or you can make an extra fourth hole, or you can make an extra fifth hole in that yoke. Yeah, the yoke of the oxen. So
you can make extra holes.
No, it's just a question. Look, I understand how many holes you've got, right?
Okay, sorry.
I understand how many holes I'm aiming for, right? I'm trying to get to the bottom of things.
Benjamin Balderman said, Benjamin Balderman said, I like this Athena chick. Yeah.
Well, we have to get to the bottom.
Athena's getting all of it tonight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's getting all of it tonight.
Well, I'm glad it's got that kind of effect.
Her DMs are open, gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
Oh God.
No, so have we got to the bottom of the oxen and yokes? Like,
I don't know. I don't even know where you're going with it.
We waiting on you, Mark.
I'm trying to get back on track, you guys, but I'm really immature. Okay. I'm so serious. Cereal right now.
Pants, you just said Mark got that Riz. Yeah. Mark putting that game on her. Yes, sir.
I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking, but that makes sense. I'm sure that made sense.
Yeah, because it's two beings working towards one goal rather than like going off in different directions. So I saw like the light bulb click as like I was talking. So I get what you're saying. Like being equally yoked, you can't have one oxen that's too big and the other one that's like too small, and then you have two connected going in the same direction. Essentially what society is doing is you're taking two beings saying that you're together, but they're like going different directions, and then wondering why it's not working or why there's conflict, because it's two people going in different directions. And even though they're living in one household, it's like there's no cohesive flow. It's like treacherous waters, if that makes sense.
So if you're saying, if you're making the argument that two highly independent people can't truly build a partnership, in terms of it being equally yoked, can they both be independent or can they both be dependent? Describe what you mean by that.
I actually think both need to be dependent on one another. I have a very controversial view on that. When both parties need each other, they're less likely to leave. When one person feels like they can leave, then you are dependent on that person's mercy and that they are not going to succumb to their human nature. So is it possible that someone could do that? Absolutely. But is that normally the case? We know absolute power is absolute corruption. And in a modern society where everyone feels like they have options because they turn on a dating app or whatever the case may be, with men, it could be corn or going out and getting a prostitute, I don't know what I can say on YouTube. So it's like people feel like they have more options than they do. So like absolute power, absolute corruption. But I do have to go, you guys. But thank you so much for having me. I enjoyed I laughed so hard. That was the most entertaining.
With me, not at me, you right?
With you, with everybody. Oh, the shoulder move. Woo. Okay. Yeah. All right. Bye, guys.
See ya.
All right.
Love you, Tina.
All right. You take it easy.
Was it something I said?
Yeah.
Mark is moving fast. He's trying to beat Benjamin to the punch.
All right. So Zinga, can two highly independent people truly build a partnership? What you got, Zinga?
I think it depends on how they're independent.
Okay.
Like I know some men have an issue with a woman that they marry that has to run everything by them. They can't make decisions on their own. So I guess you need, like, a man would need a woman that can make some kind of decisions on her own. I just don't think I agree with Athena a little bit. I don't think that in a marriage relationship you can be independent of each other because there are roles that each sex needs to fill.
Okay.
But like I think about, like, I carry a gun every day or a pew pew every day, and Scott, he trusts me to protect his children, even if it costs my life. So I kind of have
in his absence.
Exactly.
Okay.
Even if that, or I already said that, if it costs my life. And so he's leaving some decision making up to me. So I kind of have to be strong. I have to be independent. I just can't be independent of him or of God. And so I think in a way, two highly independent people can be together. But like Athena said, they can't be independent of each other.
Okay, so the Powder Dusty, shout out to him. Shout out to the Powder Dusty. Y'all seen him before. He says, "What kind of gun do you have?"
I carry a P365 XL every day. I've also got a PDP and some others that I can't carry in my pocket.
Do you think, though, that's because you are a strong, independent woman? Because look, I'm asking this question because over here in a lot of left-leaning liberal white people would turn around right as soon as you said that, right? And you're like, "Oh, I'm a gun-carrying American." There is this stigmatism over here in the UK where a lot of people don't really like the idea of gun carrying laws and stuff like that, and they like to, get involved in American politics and that way. And I understand why you've got like gun holding laws in America, and I think it all depends on the state that you live in as well. But like then you're going to get some kind of stigmatism of like a gun yielding like American type person in today's modern age. And I understand it's a difficult one. Do you think that makes you a strong, independent woman, or
No, I don't think that makes me one. I think women who are a little bit more brave and independent and courageous will go out and learn how to use a gun. But I have plenty of friends that will drive a car, even though that they can easily unalive somebody with it. They do all kinds of dangerous things all the time, but because it's normal, everyday occurrences, they don't even think about it. But the idea of carrying a PP scares the crap out of them, so they won't do it. But I do it because I've got people I'm responsible over, and I ain't going down without a fight for myself. But that was just an example of how an independent woman can be in a relationship. So let's take something more simple like shopping. Okay, your husband comes home and says, "Honey, we've got this debt, we've got this and that, we've got to pay for, we got these medical bills." You have to have a strong personality to be able to tell yourself no. Kind of have to be independent of your husband to be like, I gotta rein it in here, and I can't, go to Target and go ham. You know what I mean? So I think that being strong and being independent isn't a bad thing. I
Right.
just don't think that you can be in a marriage relationship. I'm not going to say partnership because that's GHEY. But I don't think you can be in a marriage relationship and say, I'm going to be independent of my husband, because we do have to rely on each other.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's a pretty solid take. Mark, can two highly independent people truly build a partnership? What you think?
I don't think that makes much sense, because I think to be independent means that you're not really. No, I think that independence for me, like the reason I'm not in a relationship is because I feel like I'm too highly independent. Right? So I feel like I can't get with another person, especially, and I think it depends like on age as well, because I've seen this. Like when two people are young and they're growing up together, right? And it's like, oh, they're both dependent. People depend on each other as they're young. They've got more dependence, and as you age, you become more independent. Like me, I've got to the stage now where I'm like in my 40s, and I'm saying I'm so independent now that I couldn't get with someone else. And then I know there are a lot of women my age, equally my age, in their 40s, saying the same thing. Oh, I'm so independent now, and a lot of them have already got their kids, and they are independent, or they think they're independent, but they're not. They're still striving or looking for something. It's difficult to work out whether. I suppose they can. Two independent people can definitely work together in a relationship, so long as they can give themselves time and space and a break to be themselves and then come back together. I don't know, mate.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Mark, are you highly independent, or are you used to being alone, or like being alone?
I love being by myself. Yeah. So there's a lot of that. I love being by myself. I like a lot of solitude, a lot of time by myself to think, a lot of time, like this kind of stuff. Like I would struggle to do what I'm doing right now, I suppose, if I had I'd be off doing something else right now. I just keep myself busy, but I at the same time like to pace myself on my own terms. And I don't like to go around telling people what they can and can't do. So when I get into a relationship, I'm almost like, look, I don't take on that masculine dictatorship role model that a lot of people talk about. I don't really do it.
Try it. You should try it on like a pair of pants and just see if you like it.
Okay. Interesting. Very, very
Because I would argue you're designed to not be a dictator, but you're designed to lead. And so you telling someone what to do is your part of your God-given right, especially if you're talking about your woman.
Yeah. You think I should
Yeah.
be more assertive?
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next time you date, but like, this is what we're doing. I'm
No,
ordering
because think about it. Think about it. It doesn't matter what type of propaganda gets sold to women about you don't need a man. You can do everything a man can do. You can do this, that, and the third, right? It doesn't matter how much they buy into it. There's nothing that can be sold to them. It doesn't matter how powerful it is that's going to override their God-given wiring. It's just not going to happen because it doesn't matter if a woman is a millionaire, billionaire, or she works at McDonald's. The one thing that they all have in common is that they want to have some sort of man come into their life that they love, admire, and respect, that can let them know what it is and that can lead them to the promised land.
I get
and
that. I get that.
If you could put in the work to become that guy and lead yourself to the promised land, women are going to be looking at the results and say, you know what? I think I could see a future with this guy. And that's typically how it happens. Now, back to what Zinga was saying earlier about hitting the gym and stuff like that. You have to do things like that for yourself, first and foremost, because I'm under the firm belief, this is probably just my opinion, like what I'm about to say, it doesn't necessarily reflect anybody in the chat or anybody on the panel. And I've had this conversation with my mom before too. I'm under the firm belief that when you work out and take care of your body, that's a way you worship God. Yeah. You worship God through how you take care of yourself. That's making sure you eat in a certain way, making sure you're maintaining a strict level of discipline, making sure that you're having goals, making sure that you're maintaining focus, making sure that you're working on your confidence, your masculinity, having certain dominant traits, being able to plan.
Right.
Yeah.
The problem I've got, I only have one issue with this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I know someone who was very much like that, purist Christian, and I think I spoke about this a long time ago, and he died of cancer. He never touched a cigarette in his life. He never touched a drop of alcohol in his life. You know, he was a purist, very much a follower of Christian belief systems. And it's so sad to see somebody die at the age of 26. Yeah. And you're like, wow. And I thought to myself, I thought that I was going to die, right? When I was really young and I picked up the first bottle of alcohol and my first cigarette, yeah, I said, oh, I'm not going to probably live till I'm 30. Yeah. I am so grateful for every day that I've got on this planet today. And I'm like, we all have the fruits of our looms, the fruits of the labor. We all have these vices that we adhere and turn to. And that doesn't mean to say that we're any more or less pure or less Christian. Okay. And I get what you're saying, because I think what you're talking about is more to do with identification of like personal self-development and being able to identify your own flaws and being able to like do something about it. But it's not that easy, is it? It's not that easy. You know,
it depends on it depends on the mindset you have.
But then we could argue that no one's perfect.
That's true.
Are you perfect?
No.
Right. Well, there we go then.
But watch this though.
Well, he's not talking about perfection. He's talking about a goal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So based on God's design for me, I'm perfect based on how he designed me. Now, just because I can manufacture a car and it can be perfect in design, but the wrong thing can operate it and make it go out of control. I didn't design it that way, but sometimes things happen, right? It's the same thing with us humans. We were designed a certain way, but then you can go and move however you want to. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then
this isn't a knock on you, Mark. It's just we're just talking.
No, it's not.
You know?
It's not, but I find it actually very important to discuss this, because as someone who is somebody who struggles and identifies the fact that I am a bit of an alcoholic, okay? I identify that I'm self-admitting. In fact, I'm drinking right now whilst talking about right. But and I smoke, yeah, and I'm a smoker. And so these are demons in the back of my mind that I sometimes struggle with. In fact, I said to Mr. AB, right, before at the end of last year, that I'm for this new year in 2026, I'm going to stop drinking alcohol for the year. Yeah. Now this is the thing. So I didn't give up drinking alcohol for the year, and it makes me feel sometimes like, in order for me to be able to move forward in life, I have to accept my demons in the first place. And like, I struggle with certain other things where my mental health isn't fully right. And if I continue just to keep repeating and doing the same thing, then how can I hold down a relationship in the first place?
Because you have to renew
and worry about all that other stuff that you're talking about.
Well, because you have to. Well, you have to. If it first starts off with you renewing your mindset first. Well, because think about this. Think about this. If thoughts come before actions, right? Your actions are going to be a reflection of whatever you're thinking in your head. So if you're thinking about growth and personal development and things of that nature, well, now you're going to have to start going through a mental checklist of things that aren't benefiting you, and not just in the short term, but in the long term as well. Now, if you're going through a little bit of temporary discomfort, but the long-term gain is better, then it's a good deal. If you're planning on making different changes in your life, you have to look at it like this. If the sacrifice is greater than the benefit, then don't do it. But if the benefit is greater than the sacrifice, then go for it. And you have to be willing to go on the journey alone. That's the one thing that a lot of people don't tell you that part. They tell you about accomplishing the goals, and you're gonna have people supporting you. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. If you make once you get to the point where you make a declaration to yourself that I'm gonna commit to this, I'm gonna stick to this, I'm gonna cut this out of my life, that's when the world starts to test you. That's when the test begins. The test begins when you make that declaration that I'm gonna make changes to be a better person. You're going to have friends that may turn their back on you. You're going to have family members that look at you sideways, and you're going to have people on your Facebook page or whatever that are going to say, oh, this is just another phase he's going through. He's just saying that. It ain't going to be long before he comes out to the bar with us again. You're going to encounter that. When you decide that you want to set out to do something positive, that's when all the negativity comes. So the test is mental from the jump. Everything starts up here, brother.
I get you, bro, man. I appreciate that. And do you know what? That's one thing that I've learned, right? And do you remember I said at the beginning of this podcast, right? I've noticed, right, that when I grew up, I noticed that we had a very patriotic stance, and now I live in such a wishy-washy country. And then when I look out to you people in America, like especially like I think Texans, people in the Texas area, they're still very, 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 very staunch and very like they're holding on to all of that. Like
we're conservative.
Conservative. Conservative.
That's probably the word you're looking for, is conservative.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really know what it is. But it's just over here, like we've all been like, everything's so wishy-washy here in the UK that it's very uncommon for me to hear people talk to me like this directly, like the way that you two do, because everyone over here is so politically correct.
I was just about to say, well, conservative people, see, this is the thing. Conservative people in a general sense are not going to be politically correct. Because I'll
overly politically correct.
Right. But I'll give you something. I'll give you something that I realized going from a kid to an adult. Right. Human beings in general, from the time you're born conservative. You're born conservative with how you think. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I thought that kids were born like just left liberal.
No.
No idea what's going on in the world.
No. Human beings. No. Human beings are born conservative. You want to know how I know? Because kids are brutally honest and they don't lie to you.
Okay.
And when kids are telling the honest truth, they get chastised for it. No, don't say that. That's not nice. Oh, but she's fat, Mom. That lady's fat, Mom. oh no, that's not nice. Don't say that. You'll hurt her feelings. So when
Right,
kids
so
are
they come
honest,
liberal.
they learn to be, they're trained to be politically correct. Don't say that. That's not nice. And we have phrases like, oh, well, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's why we have cultures where people bite their tongue a lot and they're not honest. So when people are going down a dark path and a path of self-destruction and they're looking around like, I thought y'all were my friends. But then you have people that try to tell you the truth and you shame them for being honest. That's what I'm telling you. That's why there's a stark contrast between the society that you're in and the society that we're in. Now, you have a good mixture of liberal societies and conservative societies, but see, we're at the point where we can identify one another. It's not, the lines aren't so blurred to where we don't know who is who and what is what. You see what I'm saying? Because our country is so big to where the states have a general consensus about how they think and how things operate. Like, I'm in Texas. I'm in a traditionally red state. Now, are there blue counties and districts and cities? Yeah, I'm in San Antonio. San Antonio is a blue city. But the overall state and the consensus of how we operate and how we delegate and how we carry out our policies is conservative. But I'm in a blue city. You see what I'm saying? Now, in San Antonio, it's not overrun with a bunch of liberal craziness, but the people that are in charge just so happen to be blue and not red.
But there was that whole thing. So I know Zinga has probably got something to say as well. So
yeah, go ahead, Zinga. You got it. You can chime in.
Not yet, actually. I'm just
okay.
listening.
So I wanted to ask
she's just sitting back watching. Okay.
Because I obviously see a lot from an outside perspective, and I see stuff through online and so on and so forth. So the latest news going around is like ICE, ICE agents apparently have shot some women in America. Now, obviously, the whole country is divided, and people are asking, who is at fault, and it's very strange for me because in the UK, right, that shooting would never have happened. It would never have happened.
Because y'all don't have guns.
I was going to say.
Well, those types
the
of
police don't even have guns.
Yeah, y'all don't even have guns over there.
No, we've got one division of police that would get called out if there was a like a sighting of a gun shooter or something like that, or someone a stabber. We have like a division of people that will come, police that will do holster guns. But for the most part, our general police that walk around on the streets do not holster guns, and so that would never...
I actually have something to say now.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think, Mark? Like you seem to have. I'm not trying to be. Not trying to be.
No, be brutally honest, please. Be brutally honest.
Well, I'm not trying to say I know things that I don't know. I'll ask a question because I've been on these panels with you a few times, and you seem to have a little bit of like torture going on sometimes, and it's a lot to do with how assertive you should be and how masculine you should be. And don't you think you live in a country that has neutered the men? I mean, you have a country where the daughters of your countrymen's daughters are not safe to roam the streets because you have these great gangs of foreigners that have invaded. And then not to mention the cultural aspects over a couple of decades or probably more, where you're not allowed to say this. You guys can be put in jail, probably for some of the things that we say on this panel. If you said it, you'd be in jail. So don't you think that at a certain point, seeing that on TV, seeing it in the news, hearing about things that have happened to your friends and your cousins and all this stuff, don't you think that gets into your head now you're at a point where you're like, okay, I'm hearing Marte and I'm hearing Anonymous say all these things that are super based, but I just feel the need to do something else. But I kind of want it. Like, don't you feel like a tug of war going on inside
Yes,
of
I
you?
do.
And do you blame it on your country and the neutered state of your country?
Yes, is the answer.
So then that means that when he said kids are born conservative, I get what he means. It's that we're not born thinking that we should lie and tell people they're not fat when they are because of body positivity. We're not going to allow invaders into our toy room to take all of our shit. We're not going to
like I'm
allow.
losing control over all of those aspects. So I was raised in a democratic society where my vote mattered, and at the moment in the UK, right, it's difficult. Okay.
I know, but I guess I'm reinforcing what
No,
Anonymous
no,
said
no, no, no.
earlier.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
And when you feel like
People like
sometimes
me
you
are being
feel like
penalised. So there's that whole thing with
exactly.
X. Yeah. So people
And
like me are
and I
being
think
penalised.
yes, and I think when you hear like sometimes like you scoff a little bit, not a whole lot, but sometimes you scoff at the things like Anonymous says, Marte, Coley, or whoever, because it seems hyper masculine to you when really they're just saying things that dudes at sports bars say to each other all the time about
I don't think
women or whatever.
I don't think I mean to be scoffing at them. I think
I'm
that
not.
what,
Yeah, I don't think so either.
yeah,
I think it's
I
a
think that
state of your country and what they've done to you is what I'm trying to say.
But I think that what I'm trying to do is find common ground also at the same time, and to hash these things out and to understand exactly where each and every one of us are coming from. And of course, there's always going to be pushback. The first time I met Marte, I felt like he wanted to do was to argue with me like a debater. You know, like when you get one of these. So I was like, well, hang on, excuse me. And I've learned that over the course of time, right, coming back in these things, Charles doesn't, Mr. Anonymous Base doesn't come back at me like he's trying to get one up over me each time. Now I tried that a couple of times, and you know what I mean. But then I've realised that we actually hold the same common ideas. I think I am just from a different country, and so I am trying to figure out exactly like. And yes, I'm broken. I'm heartbroken at the way that my country is at the moment. Yeah. And to be honest, right, I'm reaching out around the world because I've got technology to be able to do so and speak to people that can give me a little bit of hope.
Right.
You just need to move in with Athena and eat. And
there you go.
Eat, See?
Come to America.
See,
listen,
you
I'll speak for myself. I'm becoming more and more racist the more I see the news lately in this past year. And I really want more white people in this country. So I invite you to move in with Athena and immigrate. We need more WASPs.
I don't know if you're actually like being sarcastic or what, like, but no, like,
she's
there's
being
a
for
bit
real.
of truth. There's a bit of truth in that.
She's being for real.
I thought about migrating. I thought about migrating to America, but it's expensive to migrate to America. I've actually looked at it.
Well, what you do is you go to South America and you walk up through Central America and then through Mexico, and you just walk over.
FBI, open up!
She's trying to set you up. She's trying to set you up for failure, brother.
Are you gonna come me? Hang on.
What I'll do is I'll say I need an editor for my photography business, and I'll get an HB1. You're in there, man.
Sweet.
I promise. He's Indian.
Yeah. Right.
Sandra Gupta.
Right. Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
So when we're tying all this back into the question, can two highly independent people truly build a partnership? I agree with Zinga to a degree, and I'll say why. So when it comes to being in a relationship with a significant other, I look at it like I need to be independent in the things that I'm good at that I bring to the relationship, and the things that she's good at that she brings to the relationship, she's going to be independent in those aspects. So anything that she's good at as far as bringing different sorts of skills to the relationship that can help benefit not just her, but me, I let her have that. If you're good at A, B, C, cool. I'll focus, and I'm good at D, E, F, cool. We're going to work together, figure out how to interchange the letters, and then we can make different words throughout the relationship. That's kind of how I look at it. So I've had people ask me before, oh, well, you seem like you're super dominant and you're this and this and that. You seem like you wouldn't want your girl to have a job. That's not how I think. If you had a job and things going on before you met me, and you have something that you're passionate about and you bring it into the relationship, I'm not going to take that away from you, because that's something that you came into on your own or whatever. That's something that you came into, and that's something that you're passionate about, and that's something that you spend a diligent amount of time doing. Right? If it's something that makes you happy, as long as it's not like degenerate stuff, if you have some sort of hobby that you're passionate about, like if you like to paint or whatever, or something like that, I'm not going to take that away from you because it's not conducive to the relationship. That's something that you hold near and dear to your heart. If you have a job, if you have a business, or if you just want to be a homemaker, I'm cool with all that, because I'm looking at it like, you know what? If I want to take this woman on, I have to analyze and look at what sorts of skills and values that she brings to the relationship. And then I have to figure out how to utilize that. Right? Because she's going to come to me. She's already sizing me up, scanning me up and down. Okay, what has he got going on that I could benefit from? You see what I'm saying? She could have her own stuff going on, but if she's going to couple with somebody, the same thing with me. If I'm going to couple with somebody, I have to be looking at different values. I got to start with the mindset too, because looks can fade and looks can deceive at the same time. Right? So the looks are going to get you in the door, but it's what you got going on up here and what you got going on in here that's going to determine whether you have a seat at this table or not. Right?
Sure. I've got this whole thing of some people, like, I don't know, what if, like, you know all of this stuff, but you don't just even care? Like, what if you know all of this stuff, but it doesn't matter anyway? I can utilize a lot of this stuff that everyone's saying, but it's like, well, I always say this: if I really wanted to be in a relationship, I would have been in a relationship by now. It's not that I can't be in a relationship, yeah, it's that I've chosen the path ahead of me for lots of different reasons. So there are people, I think that everyone, if they really wanted to be in a relationship, they could be, and they would be.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, maybe. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a very.
That's not true.
Thing. Yeah, that's a very silly thing to say.
That's not true. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it's not true. I'll tell you why it's not true.
But I think Zinger understands where I was trying to get with.
I didn't. I was going to ask for clarification before.
Right.
Anonymous.
Yeah. Can I do clarification then?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Because to clarify it, I don't mean it that way. I mean that everyone has the potential.
Hey, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, the potential, right? The potential, yeah. So, like there are these desperate people that go around and, like, you would say to yourself, like, oh, if you really wanted to be a relationship, you get into yourself in a relationship right now. I think everyone has that potential. It's just that people don't tap into their right potential. Like you see the potential in me. That's why you're encouraging me. You're saying to me, like, Mark, if you do this and do that and do this and the other, I've got the potential. But it's like, well, first of all, they need to have the drive, I think, or the drive and the desire to want to have and form a relationship and hold down a family in the first place. Okay. So it comes to, and then, like, there are those people that are, like, desperate for a relationship that can never find one. So it's weird. But I always thought about this before. Like, people have said to me, why haven't you settled down yet? And I'm like, well, I'm sure I could have done, really, if I'd wanted to. And I asked myself,
there's a simple answer for that whole dilemma. The dilemma that you just outlined on both sides, there's a simple answer for it. It's a mindset thing. It's a mindset thing. That's really what it boils down to. Because, like I said earlier, actions can't happen without something going on in the mind first. Like, you have to think about things before you do it. Even like you can get a feeling like you're gonna sneeze and you're gonna think, oh, I need to cover my mouth, or I need to make sure I don't sneeze on somebody. It's a split-second action, but you still think about it before you do it. So, with that being said, if you have that mindset that you want to be in a relationship, well, you got to start taking actions to get there. Just like if you want to start having a nice physique and getting some strength on you and getting some size on you, it's gonna stem from that mindset of, okay, I need to do something to where I don't keep looking like how I'm looking. And I can use myself as an example, because what I used to look like back in the day, I could show you.
I was gonna say picture.
Yep, I can show you. This is, hold on. Oh wait, whoop, wrong. Look, I'm clicking the wrong person. Clicking the wrong person.
Stupid.
Clicking the wrong person. Okay, so that's what I used to look like back in 2017, right?
That's fine.
But see, this the thing. I was making excuses. For me not having the results and looking the way that I envisioned in my mind. I used to make all kinds of excuses. Oh, I don't have enough money. I don't have a car to get back and forth to the gym. I don't have time. I don't have this. I don't have a support system. I don't have blah, 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 blah. I was making excuses and justifying my lack of action, right? So I had to have that talk with myself like, you know what? You're taking the bus to go to work already. So why not set aside some time to get a gym membership? And not only that, the bus ride to work, I'm passing by the gym anyway. And I was still making excuses. This is what I used to look like. This was me.
Mate, you weren't that skinny, but look, no, it's good to see. Do you know what I can see? Do you know what I can see?
I want to know what he looks like now.
Hold on. So look, I made the conscious choice to say, you know what? Let me stop making excuses and let me just set aside $50 and go to the gym and just talk to somebody. Yeah. I ended up getting a gym membership April of 2017. So I told myself that I'm going to commit to this for 30 days. And if I don't see results and if I don't change my mindset, then I'll just stop. Right. But then within 2 weeks, I was hooked. And this is what I looked like 2 years after I started working out.
Dang, you and Marte.
This is what I looked like 2 years after I worked out. So then I took it a step further and said, you know what? I'm already doing the exercise. I already got the routine. What can I do to maximize what I got going on? And that's when I started incorporating my nutrition and cooking. Making sure I'm in the kitchen, making sure I'm portioning out my stuff like that. And, making sure I'm doing what I can to be consistent. Like all throughout COVID and the pandemic, I'm still going to the gym. Even when the gym closed down here in Texas, they start shutting everything down, and I'm still figuring out some sort of way to make something happen. And like I'm telling you, Mark, it was a mindset thing. It was a mindset thing. I was making excuses, bro. Now, I don't smoke or drink or do drugs, and I'm not out partying or anything like that. But in order for you to really get changes and maximize what you have going on or what you want out of life, you just got to make the conscious choice, bro. That's why when you said, is it really that easy? I'm like, yeah, it is.
No, I understand, man. I understand.
You're just gaslighting yourself to think that it's not.
Mate, I understand, right? So, like I said before, I did a year where I went sober, and also in that time process, I've done like 6 months of giving up smoking. I've done it all. I've done it on and off through my life. I've also done where I've gone and joined the gym and gone abstinent. I've done all of that, and I understand the feeling of the endorphins that you get when you start like giving things up and all of this kind of stuff. The thing is, I always feed back into it. So I go through phases. So it's not that. I understand it. I will, like, I guarantee, do my press ups. And I look, I don't think that I am the biggest person to worry about in the world. It's other people.
I get it. No, I get it.
We need to worry about. But
I get that. But you and I are having a conversation right now.
Yeah, and I heed that. I heed everything that you're both that everyone says. I heed it. I understand it. Yeah. And okay. I don't disagree. Right. I don't disagree. And I think that it's great to have that moral support, actually. And I appreciate it, man, because I respect what you do. And also I respect the fact that you get yourself up and get yourself into the gym every day, And so, like I say, if you're leading by example, and then anyone else who's watching this video tonight, maybe they can be also equally inspired as well. You're going to inspire me like if you carry on the way that you're going. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, that's your workout program.
I have alarm set to
Yeah,
help
right.
to help
I
me
get that.
delegate my time throughout the week.
Don't get me
So I
wrong,
like
man.
so I like to
respect
keep
it.
I
I
like to
get it.
keep myself on a schedule.
Hmm.
Because if I keep myself on a schedule, then I keep myself accountable. Now, do I have my slip ups where I might go a little crazy with the food, or I might do this and that? Yeah, I do. But at the same time, I do my best to not make justifications to not put in the work. Yeah, I have my bad days. Yeah, I have my days where I'm tired because I work a physical job too. Like I said at the beginning, like I said at the beginning, I work outside and I install solar panels on top of big business buildings. So I'm doing physical work. I'm lifting bricks. I'm doing this and that. Like I'm active. I get out there. I'm breaking a sweat. I'm out there when it's hot. I'm out there when it's cold. I'm out there when it's windy.
Sure. I feel like I work hard as well, mate. It's not as if I don't. I worked and I had to walk in the ice today, which is very difficult. Which I had to walk to work and back to go and do my cleaning shift, where I'm cleaning other people's houses and cleaning their toilets.
Nothing
and
wrong
doing
with
stuff
that.
like that. And I do
Nothing
all
wrong
that
with
kind of
that.
stuff. And then I had to walk back home. And then I've got other people that rely on me. And then I've got to go and do another job tomorrow. And then this, that, and everything. I do work hard. So it's not as if I don't. I think what I really need to implement is more. But here's the thing, right? I don't know if you fully understand this, but I had pneumonia 3 times as a child. And ever since then, I came out of hospital, was a very small person. And so I've always worked out my entire life, right? And smoked and drunk. But I work
Consistently,
out.
though?
And the problem is, even though, look, I feel like I've got, like, I don't know, something.
Okay.
Nothing major.
But you gotta put the cigarettes and the alcohol down though.
Yeah,
that's killing you, bro, and you know it.
I know, but then we've all got our vices, haven't we? Everything's killing.
Yeah, but that's not a justification. I get what you're saying. Everybody got their whatever that they're dealing with. I get it 100%. It's just my thing is the biggest reason why I'm just so against the smoking and the drinking is because my grandfather passed away at 61 and he was diabetic and he didn't take care of himself.
Right.
I cried at the funeral, but maybe for about 10 minutes. And then after that, I was like, wait a minute. Like, why am I crying? Why am I crying for this person who didn't even see the value in his own life when he had his kids telling him, Dad, you need to stop.
Yeah.
I used to hide my grandfather's cigarettes from him, and he would get pissed off about it. Cause I hated it, bro. I hated it.
Okay.
It's just for me, bro. It's just for me, bro. When it comes to people that I see value in, I cannot stand it when people are committing to habits that are killing them. It's just something in me, bro. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
One of the things about this that's interesting, like I know people who are overweight or they've got this and that going on, or maybe they even have been diagnosed with things, but they don't do themselves any favors with the habits that they have, how they eat, or lack of sleep or whatever. And one of the things I noticed is you said earlier, Anonymous, that people gaslight themselves. And
I used to do it.
Yeah, we've all done it, but there's people who do it so habitually that it becomes harmful to their health and to their relationships and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess if I could add to this, I feel like this is a man conversation, so I'm not trying to.
No, go ahead.
Say
Go
too
ahead.
much.
Say what you
Well,
want
it's
to
just
say.
like two dudes talking to each other, and it's like I can't tell someone how to be a man. I'm not trying to. I think.
Yeah, but you're married to a man though.
I am.
You're married to a man. You're not just married to a man. You're successfully married to a man.
Yeah, but like this is something that I'll bring in my man's. This is something that he and I talk about a lot.
Well, actually, I just value Zinga's input. I value what you've got to say. So
I appreciate it. But like people that lie to themselves all the time. Oh, I actually have a headache. And it's like your headache is really convenient. when you're supposed to be doing XYZ. Or,
Mhm.
oh yeah, I've talked to this, I've been to this doctor, or I saw this video that said I should do this because I have XYZ condition, and then they never follow through. And so I'm not
Mhm.
saying Mark is that. I
Right.
think
I'm
I could point the
definitely.
finger back at myself, but I guess if anyone's watching, if you lie to yourself, like just choose, I guess, one lie. Like for this month, for a month, choose one lie that you're not gonna lie to yourself or continue in. Like,
Mm.
okay, I know I should put down the beer. Okay, let's
Well,
say it's beer. Like, okay, maybe you're not anonymous and you want to be a teetotaler. Okay, well, switch to scotch
so
because
so
you can
so
only
so,
have
so
a
the,
little bit and it doesn't make you fat. Like maybe you just switch to scotch and not drink beer and your belly won't be out to here. Like do little things like that, I think, and I think that'll help you.
Absolutely. And do you know something? One thing I learned from my friend who struggled with Narcotics Anonymous is the first step towards recovery is to stop lying to everyone else, and stop lying to yourself. Now, the whole purpose of recovery is to be able to identify that, yes, stop lying to everyone else. If you drink too much, so it's like when I said at the beginning of the year I was going to stop drinking for the year. I kind of put it out there online, and I realized, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that because it's not the rest of the world that I'm stop drinking for.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
myself, yeah. And so
yeah.
here's the other thing. Also, it's like I've learned over the course of time that lying and being sneaky about things gets you nowhere at all whatsoever. And that I think is a part of recovery. It's
Okay.
recovering from, and I try to be as honest as I possibly can.
But see what?
And this goes
But
out to the
even
rest of
that,
the world as well, because I know Zinger
right,
was
right,
recording
right.
it.
But
I've
real
got to
quick,
respect that.
even that ties into us as men being independent, right? Because if I'm able to see, and this is the thing, just real quick, this is the thing. People are genuinely shocked when I meet them and they ask me how old I am, and I tell them that I'm 37.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought
No,
you were
they're
younger. I
don't
thought you were Gen Z.
see that, and that's why that response right there is why people tend to be shocked. Really, you're 37, and they automatically assume I have kids. Well, how many kids you have? And when I tell them I don't have kids yet, oh man, well, don't you think you might be waiting too late? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And then when I go into why I'm waiting, then it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I have to make sure that I have a bunch of systems in place that
This
are working for me to where I have a
right.
solid enough foundation to where I can mentally and emotionally and physically,
Mhm.
psychologically commit to a wife and children.
So one of my customers literally asked me earlier. This is funny, on a job earlier today. He said to me,
Uh-huh.
Mark, right, how do you see yourself in the future? I said, I don't know, why are you asking? He goes, are you going to get married? I was like, probably not. He goes, why not? I said, oh, well, I feel like I'm getting a little bit old now. I'm like 42 years old. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, I know.
You can
but
marry a younger woman.
I get
That's the
that.
difference between
And
men and women.
and my customer is older than me. He's like 57 or something. So anyway, he's then saying to me, well, Mark, it's never too late, is it? And I was like, you're right. I understand all of that. It's never too late, and I'm never too old. Age is just a number, and it's as good as you present yourself, and as good as you are and feel. I think mental and physical health is very important. But then at the end of the day, I said to him, but even if I was to fall into a relationship today, at my age, I still don't have the same amount of energy that I used to have, and the same amount of whatever.
Well, she's
it
going to be
is.
taking care of the kids. You just make it.
Having a better mental makes you a man that's gentle. I repeat, having a better mental make you a man that's gentle. Oh, God.
Shout out to Tizzle, bro.
Oh, God, what up, everybody? My bad, y'all not seeing my camera. You already know what the deal is. I'm making me some food. On God, y'all already know my YouTube channel.
Is that what it is? Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Oh, no, I'm for real. Look, hey, look, I'm dead ass. Look, my refrigerator open. Hold on, let me turn my camera on. I got the Kool-Aid right here.
We believe you. No, we believe you. We believe you. Just go ahead and handle your scandal, and then
You've got quite a cute elbow there.
Bro says, "Wait, hold on, whoa, why you peeping at my elbow? What? That's kind of a little weird."
Uh-oh,
It zoomed
Zinga.
in. I couldn't help it.
I see.
Yeah.
My boy got the old school jazz phone up there. What they talking about?
No,
Shit,
you know
how
what's
everybody
funny?
doing though?
No, what's funny is that this sound in the beat I played earlier is actually from an anime show.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's actually from an anime show. But
And
none of
I
y'all are
thought
gonna
that's
be able to guess what it's from.
I thought it was from The Simpsons. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought it was from
Nah, Lisa.
Homer's daughter. Yeah,
Yeah,
yep,
Lisa.
yep.
Nah. It's from an anime show.
Okay.
Yeah, that's some
Yeah.
next level.
There's that
Yes,
other elbow
yeah,
showing us
some.
both sides.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not trying to flex my elbow. I'm just trying to feel what to eat. Wait, is this from anime too?
Watch that elbow bend.
Watch the elbow bend. See how many racks I spend. Tell them I ain't gonna do no 10. I ain't come here for the friends at the end of the day.
That's
Just come
from,
to get
Everybody's
the
rapping
best.
tonight.
that's from the anime show. Oh no, you missed the rare bass Mark Fowler freestyle. You missed the Fowler freestyle.
What? Let me find out, bro. Was freestyling? Oh shit. Hold on.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Like some freestyle shit.
Oh, you got people in the
Was
chat.
it good though? Was it
You got
actually
people
good,
in
or
the
did I
chat
sound
trying
like
to
an
figure out
idiot?
what the music is from, and no, that's not it. Y'all are wrong.
Hey.
Y'all probably aren't gonna guess it.
Hey, you putting them on game for real?
I'd be extremely impressed if somebody figured out what that's from.
I really don't
Really
know.
impressed. I'd be super impressed.
Dragon Ball Z.
Nope.
What? Oh, I was gonna say
Digimon.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Pokemon.
Digimon. I don't think I even
Sailor
watched
Moon.
Digimon.
Nope.
Something else, Mon.
Y'all aren't gonna.
I don't
I'm
know.
telling you, y'all aren't gonna guess it.
I don't
Y'all
know
are not
any
gonna
of
guess what it's from.
Bro said y'all ain't gonna
What?
know this shit.
Tell us.
All right, so Tizzle, you came in at a great part of the conversation. This is actually the last question of the show. The question is, can two highly independent people truly build a partnership? What you got on that, bro?
Oh, if they independent?
Yeah, can two highly independent people truly build a partnership?
I
What
feel
do you
like
think?
they could, but I feel like they could, but it's gonna be impossible to do that shit because both of them go how do I explain it? Like I feel like both of them gonna have a big ego ahead of them, and both of them gonna have that type of mindset. They're gonna be like, I don't really need you. I could do this shit all by myself. If I ain't hire you in the beginning, I could do this shit now. But I mean, both of them gotta really commit and they gotta really conversate and they gotta really talk what they want to do together and what they want to build out and work.
Okay. You see, I kind of gave a little bit of my take on that earlier because Zinga kind of said something along the lines of what you said, but see, I kind of look at it slightly different. I think that it can work depending on what it is they're independent in, right?
Oh yeah, I said it could work.
Yeah, okay, and that's what Zinga said. It depends on what they're independent at, and so when it comes to something that you're bringing to the relationship, if it's something that I'm not that good in, but you're way better at it, that would be something that you would have a lot of independent thought on because that's something that you're good at, right?
They can help you, shit.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I say it can work to a T, right? But see, for me personally, I'm the type where if somebody's better than me at something, I'm seeking to learn from that person, right? I'm gonna be soaking in information, but a lot of what tends to happen, and I guess this is just for me personally, I kind of take it to extremes. So when I want to learn something, I want to be as good as possible.
Man,
so
you talking
I'll just keep
to
working
a
and working
motherfucker
and
who
working
got
and working and working until I get good at something. And then it somehow it ends up outshining the person that was doing it before me that's better. And then it a lot of times it causes friction. That's why I have to be very picky about who I deal with.
Nah, you talking to somebody with a short attention span. Once I know somebody can do something better than me and I'm willing to learn, my shit is literally focused on that. I'm not focused on nothing else. But I get what you mean though, because motherfuckers they could be side-eyeing you or they could be on some hating ass shit, but really you just trying to learn something new for real.
All right, so the Mo rebuttal, he said Roger Rabbit, nope. And Bernard Whipple says sound like a Shaft type beat, nope. It's from an
Shaft
anime.
type beat. I ain't never thought about
Anime
that.
show. It's from an
What the
anime
hell?
show.
What the hell they know about Shaft? Oh God.
Well, I mean, a lot of the people. Well, you gotta remember the people in the chat are older than you, bro.
Oh yeah,
Some
you're
of,
right.
Some of them are older than me. I was born in '88.
You're right. True.
Yeah,
True.
so
They probably talking about the old school Shaft. They probably not talking about the Samuel Jackson Shaft. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Okay, look at Zynga trying to throw some stuff in here. Nope. Card Captor Sakura. Nope.
Are you talking about
how
for
you
the
doing,
intro?
Tizzle? You good?
It's not.
Oh,
it has nothing to do with
good.
Sailor Moon. It has nothing
Good.
to
How
do with
about
Sailor
you?
Moon.
I was gonna say, by the
Yeah,
way,
man.
it looked like you got a new camera too. Did you get a new camera or did you get like a new setup?
No. I put myself on the laptop instead of my phone. Change.
Oh,
I put myself on the
nice.
Okay, for anybody on the panel and in the chat, I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint as to the publisher of the anime that this music is from. If you look up
like the person who made it.
No, the publisher, the person who put it out, the company that put it out.
Okay.
They might have. Well, yeah, it's the publisher. The company is called ADV Films. ADV Films.
That shit sounds familiar. ADV Films.
If you Google ADV Films, then you'll see a list of the titles that they put out, and it's within one of those titles. And one of the most popular animes that came from ADV Films, which is one of my favorites, is an anime called Elfen Lied. They only had one season and they only had 13 episodes.
Damn.
And from what I heard, there's a character from Stranger Things that's loosely based on the main character of that anime, Elfen Lied.
I heard that the short season anime shows be the best anime shows. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yo, you're talking like some different language right now because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, wait.
No, I'm just saying. You're talking about like some game. No, what is it? Some anime type thing. Some music from an anime thing. I have no idea. I don't even watch anime.
Mark said you got my eyes puzzled. On God.
Yeah, I'm puzzled. I'm puzzled.
But yeah, as far as two highly independent people forming a partnership, I agree with Chisel and Zynga.
Oh, I know. Boondocks. Is it Boondocks?
No, I was gonna say. No, that's
I got the
definitely
answer
ain't
in the comments. Check the comments.
But
I thought I got something. I thought you were testing me on something.
Hold on.
No, I go to the last one.
Elfen Lied.
No.
2004.
No. Okay, so ADV Films was putting out titles in like the 2000s era. So anything.
Look at the last one. Look at the last one.
2003 or nah?
Nope, it's not Elfen Lied. It's not Elfen Lied.
That's what I'm saying. Elfen Lied. Yeah.
No. Elfen. Okay, so ADV Films actually published and put out Elfen Lied. It only had one season with 13 episodes.
Damn, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one show we liked, where they.
I was actually sad that they didn't release another season.
And the last he was a black guy.
You ain't lying. Is it you got one show you fuck with watching and they got like, huh?
Serena.
Yeah, I would say it'd be like that one show you will watch and then motherfucker have like 2 or 3 seasons and then that's it. Like literally, I don't know if y'all know this show called Power, but it's a spinoff show on Power called Power Force. They literally finna have one more season and that's it. And it's the third season. But they delaying one more episode and they letting their fans know it's gonna be worth the wait because people predicting if people know Tariq, people predicting that Tariq finna have Tommy on the Power and maybe Ghost might come back for appearance, but you know how that theory should go. Some of it might be true, some of it might not be, so we just gotta wait and see.
You watch YN TV.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, what's wrong with YNTV? I mean, shit, they know what they doing. It's pretty much accurate.
That's not it either, Zinga.
Well,
And
I
Street
don't know that
Fighter.
YN life. I'm married to a white man. I ain't about that anymore, son.
Hey, I'm not. Hey,
She ain't about it no more.
I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna say it in a professional and most respectful way.
Go
I'm a
ahead.
YN, but I don't do YN shit. If that makes sense.
Then you're not a YN, sir.
Okay, then I'm a professional
You're a
gentleman. Then.
respectful young man.
Right. On
Yeah,
God.
all the look, Zingo, all the answers that you're submitting are incorrect. You got Ponchuchin that says Looney Tunes. Absolutely not.
Damn, Looney
I'm
Tunes.
just
my
going
shit.
down the list of all of this stuff that this.
Oh, ADV Films.
I'm just skipping around and copying.
What's
and paste.
AD Police? Is that a
I
show?
give up. I don't know.
Oh,
I
y'all
just went down the list.
Steel,
Yeah.
Angel, Karumi. Hold on, this a new. Y'all put me on game. Hold on.
I can't. I just can't tell y'all.
What?
I
Full
never
Metal
heard of that
No,
before.
Full Metal Alchemist was not done by ADV Films. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Viz Media. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. It could be wrong. I think Full Metal Alchemist was published by Viz Media, but I could be wrong.
I ain't gonna lie, Steel Angel kind of look decent. It's too bad they only got 3 seasons though.
Mm-hmm.
Can we talk about makeup?
Talk
Makeup?
about makeup. Makeup.
Oh my God, bro.
Us for man.
Hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. Get your goddamn.
It's the male version for us when it come to makeup. If you're talking about makeup, you ain't
What'd you
gonna never
say?
hear. I said realistically, haircuts is the male version of makeup to us. If I'm being correct,
really.
like you
Not
said, not
really.
really. Why you said
No.
that?
Oh, it is
Because-
that what he just said is true.
No.
Yes,
Because getting a haircut is a form of hygiene and grooming. Makeup is
it
not.
is. But have you seen where they have these techniques where they can hide like balding spots and different blemishes and stuff? A haircut and a beard trim can
Well-
change the way a man looks. Like he'll go from a 3 to
No,
a
you're right.
7
No, you're
so
right.
fast
No,
in a
you're
matter
right.
of an hour.
Right. No, you're right, but that's grooming and hygiene.
It is, but they have techniques where they can make you look younger or older or whatever, and similar to makeup.
Well, makeup.
I
Well,
think about
makeup is a cosmetic procedure.
You ain't lying. Hey.
Mhm. And so is you have to go to cosmetology school in order to cut hair. Therefore, hair
True.
cutting is a cosmetology procedure.
Not really, because cosmetology is specifically hair. Now,
Yeah.
if you
So
now
you just said
now-
you just proved me wrong. Proved me
No.
right.
No, because if
No,
I'm getting a
uh-huh.
haircut, I'm just trimming the hair that naturally grows from me. Now, if a man goes to get some sort of hair transplant, or if you're getting weave put on, that's something external that
No,
you're
I'm not
adding
talking
on.
about that.
toupee.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there are tricks and stuff that barbers can do to make men look younger, older,
Black Lagoon, nope.
et cetera.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never heard of that shit. Put me on game or something, cause damn,
That's
we got a
because you're
barber.
young and spry.
Nah, it's not just because I'm young and I'm spry. It's just because I don't get hurt or I don't see this shit on a daily basis. Or
Are
like
you balding?
huh?
But
You're not balding. The reason why
hold
you
on.
don't know is because you're not balding.
Tizzle
Hell
was
no.
actually in
I'm
a
growing my hair out.
relationship.
I mean, my hair a little bit.
You don't
Yeah.
need to know these techniques.
Nah.
You got enough hair for like 3 people.
Okay, Samurai Shampoo, that's not it. But
Ooh,
Samurai Shampoo is
Shampoo.
very
Sound good,
underrated.
too.
It's very underrated.
Is he
R.I.P.
close?
R.I.P. to Noon Jobbies for doing the theme song.
I'm gonna go
R.I.P. to Noon Jobbies. Legendary artist.
Oh, this Samurai Shampoo. This bitch only got 1 season.
No, Samurai Shampoo has like a cult-like following.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I love
Samurai
the pumpkin scissors. I don't know about anybody else, but
The
I grew
what?
up on that.
But
Pumpkin
yeah,
scissors.
so as far as what Tizzle and Zingle were saying about the highly independent people, I think it works to a degree, because like what Chisel and Zinga were saying earlier is that their conflicts can arise when, and I think it happens more on the female side. If the woman thinks she knows too much, then she adopts this mindset of, well, you can't tell me what to do.
Exactly. Also,
You
Kanye
can't
West
tell me
package in
what
the
to do. You can't tell me what to do. I don't need you. Da 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 da. Whereas on the
you ain't got the answer, Sway.
right, exactly. Whereas on the male side, we're supposed to be independent already. I'll give you an example. You don't want to go on a date with a man and you're having to tell him how to be a man. Like, we're supposed to just know already, right?
Right.
But on the flip side, we'll be okay if a woman doesn't have it all the way right.
I was going to say that's crazy how they say we're supposed to know it, but they don't ever got their shit right.
Right. We're okay with kind of guiding her along and showing her the ropes of how we want things, because again, they're supposed to be the follower. We're supposed to be the leader. They're supposed to be the follower. So I would argue that more so a man's independence, a man being highly independent, is necessary for the relationship to work. Whereas a highly independent female, it's not gonna work out as much. Which is why when we reacted to the video earlier, old girl, older than Zinga, because Leslie Jones is like 60.
That's her name. Yeah, I couldn't remember her
Yeah,
name.
Leslie Jones.
Let me guess. It was a controversial video.
No, it's just it was just a super independent woman complaining about these men are telling me this and that, and you need to do that. Like how she was talking.
It's those typical ones.
Wow, imagine.
I want them to bring in like, they've got to be at least this and that.
I feel like a woman like Leslie Jones should be so humble on a date and so sweet and kind and kind of like Athena, like she's just like,
she might be able to win
I
someone
make the
like me
best
over.
Mexican oxtails of your life. Like she should be using everything she's got to lure a man, right? She's just like,
hey, Tizzle,
I'm successful, so
yeah, Tizzle, you missed it
up?
earlier, man. You missed the exchange between Mark and Athena, man. Sparks were flying, love was in the air.
Really?
That's cool. Damn. Okay.
And Devil May Cry animated series, no. Not to keep
I haven't seen that. That's on my list, but I'm gonna watch that though soon.
Now to keep it real with you, I didn't know they made an animated series. I played the games, but I didn't know they made an animated series.
The games go hard. What's crazy
Magikano, no, but I will give you now. You're kind of getting onto it, Zinga, because the letter of the anime, it starts with an M.
Thank you.
It starts with an M, so I'll give you that.
Oh my god. Hey Google, give me watchers. I've just triggered everyone who's watching this YouTube
Cross
video
Frontier.
right now, they're gonna be like, oh no, Mark just
is it Macross Frontier?
No.
It can't find the Wi-Fi.
Okay, I'll give y'all another hint. It starts with an M and it's a one-word anime.
I got this.
The name of it is
manga.
That's a book.
What did you say? What did you say? Manga.
You ain't talking about Mao, is you?
What's the next letter?
Manga.
A.
What, A?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot they got Marvel anime. That's true. Damn.
Yeah.
What the? They be on everything.
Really?
That's what I'm saying. When I found out they had a Marvel, when they had an anime Wolverine and anime Blade, I was like, damn, what the fuck? I seen that. I was like, you know what?
Hold on. Stop the show. Hold on. Zinga got it right. It's from Mabarajo. It's Mabarajo.
Babe, I just want $1,000 from AnonymousBased.
Yep, it's from
for
Mabarajo.
choosing the correct anime.
Yep. It's from Mabarajo.
What season is 24 episodes? Okay, so it's romantic. Damn, this came out the year I was born.
Oh God, you're so young.
Yeah, it came in the early
Anonymous,
2000s.
I'll send you my cash app for that $1,000
2003.
cash prize I just won.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
There we go. There we
Yo,
go.
I'm gonna get off this this live in about like 7 minutes is my target.
Oh,
Because
look,
it'll take me until
look at you
2 o'clock
look at you
AM.
trying to have the same timeline as Athena.
I didn't even notice, mate. Trust
I
me
know.
to pick up on
Y'all
something.
niggas crazy, blood.
No, I'm just saying, like it's 2 a.m.
I'm
It's
real
almost
crazy.
2 a.m.
Yeah.
He's been
but-
quiet because he's trying to craft a DM slide.
right,
That's
right,
right.
right.
If you say so. If you say so. You
Look,
can
look, look.
speculate.
Look, he's trying to figure out how to slide in Athena's DMs, and she gonna hit him with this.
But what the hell, boy? Oh, crap.
It's
Wow.
He's like,
it's gonna be
how
like
do I
that one
slide?
man.
How do I slide into the DMs of a great Hispanic woman? Yeah.
Slide into everyone's DMs.
Look, he
damn.
gonna
I slide
hit
into everyone's DMs.
No, they crazy.
I'm in
Hispanics crazy as hell.
DMs, so.
Hey, he gonna hit the hey
Hispanics
Google or ask
crazy.
Jeff.
No,
You gotta
Don't think
ask-
you're anything special if I slide into yours, okay? That's
Me
what I'm saying.
gusta. Me gusta.
Okay,
Me gusta
Zinga.
mucho. Me
Me
gusta
gusta,
mucho.
yeah.
Tú eres
So,
muy
Zinga.
bueno.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Bueno,
Zinga.
bueno.
Yeah.
Now that you got you
Bonito,
were able to get
bonito.
the anime right, but
Eres más pasto tío unos bragues
which
de azúcar.
character
No, I shouldn't say that.
does this music play for?
Oh, that's a silly thing to say, but that's
that's a
an
good
insight.
question.
Her name
Is
starts with a letter called
okay.
See, the problem is I'm looking at the characters, but it's Japanese names, and I don't know which one's masculine or feminine. But I'm gonna go with Yuna,
Nope, that's the one with the pink hair. Nope,
Rin,
nope, that's the one with the purple hair.
Kariko.
Kuriko Kaze Tsubaki. Yep, that's her. Yep, that's
Rico
her.
The
Karosubaki.
dub actor's name is Tiffany Grant.
Yep. So guess what? You learned something new today. Yeah, so I'll give you guys a brief synopsis of that anime. So there wasn't that many seasons of it. Basically, it's this anime about these high school kids, and they're born with this ability to use magic, right? But they're born with a certain amount of times that they can use the magic, and once they use it all up, they die. Right. So
Wait, say that again.
okay, so Mabaraho is this anime about these high school kids that have this ability to use magic and do different types of tricks. But
right,
the kicker
Yeah,
is
but there's
that
lots of spin-offs of this type of stuff. isn't
right,
there?
right.
It's
Hold
just
on,
like
hold
a
on, hold
Dungeons
on.
and
Hey,
Dragons
hold on,
type.
hold on,
type
hold on,
thing or
hold on, hold
something.
on. So
what's the kicker?
The kicker is they're born with a certain amount of times that they can use the magic, and once they use it, once they use their magic up, they die.
Like drop
what the
dead, or
fuck?
do they
Hold
have
on.
time to say goodbye?
So they got limited powers. That's fucked up.
They can use magic, but they have a number of how many times they can use it
Man,
before they
So
die.
do they drop
be that
dead,
type-
or do they
I-
do they die like over time? Like, is it like cancer, or is it like
No,
you just
no,
drop dead?
no. They
drop
die
dead.
and their spirit is still there.
Yeah, whoever gave me that power, I'd be like, huh, you can hide it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Like,
what's
you ain't
causing
worth
them
it,
to
dog.
die? So
Right.
what is it like?
So with that being
what?
said, this is the kicker. So the anime is centered around a main character called Kazuki Shikimori. That's the boy. And when you looked it up, the main character is Kazuki Shikimori. He can
Kazugushigi hold on. He got a cold name. That's kind of cold.
Right.
That's kind
So
of
here's
tough.
the thing. So with Kuriko, which is the blonde chick, I think her magic number is like 200 and something thousand because she comes from this prestigious family. So her last name carries a lot of weight. And so she's the most popular girl at the school, and all the guys want her.
Oh
right?
yeah, you already know it got to be that type of shit on God.
I'm looking
right,
at a
right.
The
picture of her. and
motherfuckers
she's
like,
pretty
oh
sexy.
damn,
Right.
they like
So
man.
all the boys at the school want her, but she wants Kazuki.
Oh
But
damn.
but all the guys don't understand why they're trying to chase Kazuki because he can only use magic 8 times. His number is the lowest.
She said, man, I ain't trying to chase none of y'all.
So
ass. I
there's
don't
other
know,
guys
So
man.
at
they
the
know
school
the
that
number.
they know the number. They know the number. That's the kicker. They know the number. But see, the guys don't understand why the women want Kazuki if his number is so low, because you think that the higher the number, the more value you have. But in his case, it's not like that because of who his bloodline is. He comes from a long line of powerful magicians. So they know his family lineage and they know who he's related to. So that's why all the women are chasing him in the anime, because they want to have his baby.
I'm really sorry.
I thought it was like a life insurance thing.
You're talking to a guy who lives in the world of Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and all that kind of
His ass better be like that one celebrity.
His
ass better be like. He better be like that one celebrity.
He's a wizard, Harry. He's a wizard.
Yeah, so the three main girls that are trying to get with him, they're all competing to try to win him over because they know who he's related to and they want to have his baby.
Wait, hold on. So they trying to get that money, pretty much. What you saying? Oh God, no,
it's not about the money. It's
what
about
do you get if you have his baby? Is it just like?
Well, they're carrying on his legacy. They're carrying on his legacy because of who his ancestors are.
Okay. So they're trying to be part of that legacy. What glory
do you get from that?
You said what?
I mean, like, do you get some kind, like, as the woman, do they get some kind of glory from it? Do they get
you get prestige because of the name.
Oh, so pretty much they trying to get part of the legacy too, right? They trying to be part of it.
Right, exactly.
I have a really important point.
Go ahead, Mark.
Everything that you're discussing here, right? You know, like within games, right? We have avatars and characters, yeah? And there are people in today's era, right? I know guys that go around, right, and collect up their female avatar and go around there playing games, right? Pretending to be a woman, doing this, that, and the other, and they take on and I reckon that's why. That's why. So people are going around there acting like someone they're not behind a computer screen, yeah, and putting on a persona, and they're picking an avatar, yeah. So an avatar. If you've got an avatar-based game, yeah, and you can choose your gender, and you're a bloke sat behind a screen, and we've got lots of like young men sat behind the screen picking a female avatar and going, oh, do you know what? I'm going to make her look really sexy.
Man, he said that, but he absolutely right though. He ain't never just capped. I be playing Marvel Rivals. If you know, you know. If anybody know Rogue,
are you a woman on that game?
Me, Charlie? Yes, I have no problem with it. But I be switching it up.
Are you a sexy woman, or are you like a butch lesbian?
Oh no! In the game, like, man, how do I explain it? Like, she got cake. Like Gambit, he know what he funny? Was doing.
This is okay.
Damn, what a bigger ass!
I know we're getting off subject, Anonymous, but this is so funny because you know when you have the Transformers, right?
Yeah.
Especially the men, they're always like Jessica Rabbit looking. They try to be like Jessica Rabbit looking.
It's over exaggerated.
It's over exaggerated. It's like women don't really look like that. And then when men are like, oh, I want to make a sexy character on a game, that they know women don't actually look like that. And straight men really don't care that much. You know what I mean? Like they're not like, your boobs have to be exactly the same. If one is a little bit smaller than the other, then I don't like you anymore. Like men aren't like that, right?
Anime size, face size.
But if they're doing a game or something, it's anime size. That further tells you that these Transformer dudes are really, really sick in the head because they're like, I want to be Jessica Rabbit. I don't want to be like a normal woman.
Right.
You know
Who the hell is Jessica Rabbit?
From Roger Rabbit. Who framed Roger Rabbit?
Son, you're so young.
I'm playing a game, a basketball game.
Show him
3-on-3 basketball.
All right,
real
quick. Scott is in the chat and he's roasting Mark. He says, "I can see Mark being the groundskeeper at Hogwarts."
It's fine. I take
but what
that
the hell?
Can I share my screen so I can show this youngster what Jessica Rabbit looks like?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll put it up.
The thing.
Are you finna show your screen?
That's Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, you talking about her?
Rabbit? Yeah, Jessica Rabbit.
They need to make her a skin in Fortnite. I bet you people go fiend to get the skin too.
I bet you it already is one.
I will
I
be
bet
one
you
of
it
them.
already
I ain't
is
gonna
one.
cap.
Well, no, that's a really
You
good
didn't take
point.
me for a man that likes white women.
That's a really good
Hey,
point.
I like every race, not just white. You feel me? Like
Zinga, it's equal opportunity.
right, exactly. Equality in this
Equal
motherfucker.
opportunity. Yep, equal opportunity.
I like it.
Yeah. It's
I ain't
equal
never
opportunity.
just date white race. I dated somebody
Well,
my race. It didn't go well.
well, it's mainly because of it's a mindset thing. And I can
Mm-hmm.
understand exactly where Chisel's coming from because a lot of the black and this is a problem that I see with the black population. I'm not gonna say a community because I don't think we really have a community anymore. When it comes to the black population, all the black women that have the same mindset that Zynga has, they're already taken.
Yeah.
They've been scooped up already.
True.
So I can't buy into the notion that certain types of black women don't exist. They exist. It's just someone saw their value and got them. And I can't be mad at that. Can't be mad at it. I can
Well,
only be happy
Zynga.
because I can only be happy because I'm looking at it like, okay, someone else gets that and that's a happy man. I know it's a happy man. I know for a fact that man's gonna be happy. So I can't be mad at that.
This is gonna sound like because I really
and then you have a good mind,
compare.
you have a
I
good
don't
hearted and a
like to
good
compare
minded black
people,
woman
but
that's getting taken care of.
you know, like Candace Owens, for example. Candace Owens.
Yeah, her too. Her too.
Candace,
Now,
hold on, I'm finna search her
for
up.
me, always gives an air of like for me, it's
Please
always
don't
gave
say
it
that, for the love of God.
Yeah,
Please.
okay. I was hoping that I knew that you
Don't say I seem like Candace.
What?
Oh
Do you
no, hell
do you not?
no.
Yeah. No.
No,
I know. I
we talking
realize
about
that. I realize that. And I
Lord.
don't like to
Hell
compare
no.
people like that. I don't
To
like
the
to
no,
compare
no, no. Hail to the no. Hail to the no. To the no, no, no.
Well, I'm sorry. And you don't like it when I say sorry either.
I
Hey,
know. I was just about to
hold
say,
on.
please
I'm
don't say
confused.
sorry.
I'm confused. What you saying sorry for?
See?
Well, because for
Tiz was like, what?
comparing her, I shouldn't have compared her really.
You didn't know.
But what the hell, boy?
But
I'm
I'm
crying.
just saying. Anyway, let's move on from that. Please.
Y'all
Don't
niggas crazy,
Stop
blood.
it. Stop it, Mark. Stop it. I'm not
You don't-
offended.
Yeah, you don't need to be apologizing, Mark.
Y'all niggas crazy, blood.
I just got the air of like.
Hey,
Well,
that be the homeboy in the background when you be chilling, you be talking about motherfuckers accurate as hell.
No, I actually
Crazy as hell.
I actually got that soundbite from a live stream of somebody else that I subscribe to. I just so happened to be watching the playback and he said that. I'm like, oh, I gotta clip that.
Really?
That's funny.
Because he caught me. Like, look. Anyway,
That's pretty funny.
I'm going
Hey
in.
y'all, I'm gonna have to roll out myself.
Oh yeah.
No transformers.
Y'all
Yeah,
niggas crazy, blood.
I want to stop in for at least a little bit. I know I missed
Yeah.
a bunch of it, but I had my daughter had her 3rd birthday, and so we were at like a pizza place, and she was so excited. She got to open presents. She actually understands what's going on, so it was really, really cute. And so anyway, that's why I wasn't on as early as usual.
Well, shout out to your daughter and happy belated birthday to her, man.
Shit like that.
We on the panel wish you and Scott and your family nothing but the best, nothing but peace, blessings, and all that good jazz. We actually like seeing good, healthy families and successful relationships that remain intact, have shared values, goals, and principles. And y'all are always welcome here. And I wish nothing but the best for you and your household. And Happy New Year to y'all.
Thank you. You guys are great.
And once again, I appreciate you for having me up with Marte too.
Oh yeah, that video actually did really well. I was afraid it wouldn't, but it did good. People liked it. So
Wait,
that's
Marty was
awesome.
up here?
No, it was on
Anonymous jumped on a stream my husband and I were doing, and people tuned in. It was good.
Yeah,
we gotta do some more. We gotta do more of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. See, and what I like about it, and this is kind of the conversation that Mark and I were having earlier, is that anybody that I have on my platform, I want to eventually see them transition into doing their own shows, so that way I can hop around and be a panelist on you guys' shows. And that's what Mark and I were talking about earlier. Because like with Mark, I see a whole lot of potential in you, brother. And I think and I think that you have something to you as far as like your story is concerned and how you were raised and the type of background you have. I think that with you being on the opposite side of the pond as us, I think that you really have a strong light within you that's destined to shine. And I think that a lot of people can benefit from hearing you speak, bro. That's what I see. I mean, I got 4 eyes for a reason, and I can see that.
Well, you know, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I'm not going to say nothing on that. But thank
I
you.
see y'all next week.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Mark,
take care, Zinga. Take care, Zinga. Take care, Zinga. Love you.
Mark, if you cry, I'm gonna cry. Don't cry.
I'm not gonna cry.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got to give you a proper farewell, Zinga. All right, you take it easy. All right. So with that being said, we've had a pretty interesting panel. We've all had a great time. I want to give a big shout out to Tizzle for pulling up. Even though you came in on the tail end of the conversation, you still were able to pull up. That's all good, bro. You were still able to pull up and contribute something to the conversation. I want to give a big shout out to Mark Fowler for continuing to show up. Even though 9 times out of 10, he's like, I would say like 100 times out of 100, he's always the first one here. He's always been the first one here, except for maybe once or twice where he wasn't able to make it. But, you know, I ain't going to hold that against him. I want to give a big shout out to the people in the chat. I want to give a big shout out to the people that's been watching. And, yeah. So does anybody else have anything else on this last question?
No, man. No. I just want to say thank you once again. I've enjoyed it. Again, I've really enjoyed it. You know, like I said, every single time, I'm always a little bit apprehensive with these types of things. You know, showing my face on camera. You know, maybe I do come across as emotional. Maybe I come across as this, that, and the other. It's for the whole world to judge me. And it's like, you know, I am an emotional person. And so sometimes I might look back at these types of things and think, man, I hope I didn't do a bad job. You know what I'm saying? A bad job and make myself look like too much of an idiot, man.
I think we are.
I don't think there's a such. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that there's a such thing as doing a bad job at being yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't coach you on how to be you.
No, that's true.
I can give you tools that you can implement in your life to help you be a better you. But you being you, that's on you.
I think this is the point. I turn up to these things and I wear my heart on my sleeve. So instead of trying to be a fake person and trying to pretend to be like a celebrity or someone else, I think I do wear my heart on my sleeve, which is great. Anyway, and Tizzle, I wish you were here a little bit earlier because like you're always legendary in this place. But anyway, I'm gonna switch off, man. It's getting really late. I got nothing.
Yeah, my bad. I ain't trying to pull up.
No, you good. We about to go ahead and wrap up the show now. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce next week's topic real quick, so that way y'all can see. And next week's topic is going to be rules of modern dating, masculine and feminine polarity. So we're going to be diving into, traits and attributes on the masculine side and traits and attributes on the feminine side. And then we're going to be discussing different ideas of how we could all work together, because ultimately what I want to see for us as a human race is I want to see us be able to work together despite our differences and figure out the best ways to continue living life. So that's going to be next week's show. We're going to be going live around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Make sure y'all tune in next week. And with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to close out the show. We're gonna do last thoughts, final shout outs, and then we're gonna close it out. So with that being said, Mark, final thoughts. How was the show for you, man? Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I like. I think it was nice to see Vibe on here. You know, I learned a lot from listening to him. I respect Athena a lot as well. You know, and she's always got something really good to say. And so, for me, I feel like it was another good. It was worth turning up. You know what I'm saying? It was
there you go.
It was worth turning up.
There you go. All
and
right.
Everyone else in between. I don't want to I'm just saying.
All right, Mr. Tizzle. Last thoughts on the show. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was it for the little bit of time you were here, brother?
He was only here for like 2 minutes, man.
Yeah. I mean, so far I love it. Like I said, my apologies, I couldn't make it here longer. It definitely seemed like it was a lit show. If I can make it in, I'll definitely be able to join the next one. But
yeah, absolutely.
Been a little bit busy looking for another job, and I just got one. Only con is it's gonna be third shift, so I'm gonna have to be.
What state are you in?
United States.
No.
But what the hell, boy? Oh, crap.
Y'all niggas crazy, blood.
I'm saying which state, brother? You don't got to say the city and all that. I'm just asking what state are you in?
Oh, Illinois.
Oh, okay. No, the reason I'm saying that, the reason I asked you that is because if you were like in Texas or somewhere, then I'd be able to refer you to some places to try to get you some work because I'm in Texas. I'm all the way down.
Oh yeah, man. I wish I was in Texas for real. What's crazy, I never traveled for real.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll
Tizzle.
You'll
That's the
eventually get to
funniest
that
thing
point.
I've ever heard in my life, man.
Yeah, this man
What
coming in
state
with
are
his
you
note. I'm in the United States.
You just heard me laugh out loud, man. That was hilarious. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life, man. Seriously, I literally almost kicked over.
Yeah, there's this guy, man.
But what the hell, boy?
That's hilarious.
Oh, crap.
That's hilarious. What state are you in?
He said he's in Illinois. Yeah, he said he's in Illinois. Yeah, he said he's in Illinois.
I don't know what Illinois is anyway.
Yes, he's in the Midwest.
Midwest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still snowing up there too.
Nah, it stopped snowing now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some might come back though. Sure.
Okay. But overall, for the time you were here, man, how was the show for you, brother?
That was pretty good. I liked it.
My friend's asking, is Chicago in Illinois? Is Chicago?
Yeah, it is.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
No, you're okay.
Man, look, hey, wait, I got a question. Hold on. You know what? Stop the show. Mark's friend in the background. How come you don't hop on the panel? I can't see you, but I hear you. Why don't you hop on the panel, man?
We'll see one day.
Bro said, I gotta rewind real quick. I know I heard that.
Hold on.
He's my shadow friend, man. He's my shadow friend. We'll see. Look. I'll get him on. I'll get him on. Okay, I'll get him on.
Yeah, we gotta have more. Yeah, we gotta have more. Yeah, we gotta have more Englishmen on the panel, man.
Yeah. I put some invites out earlier. Like there is a guy, an old school friend, who keeps promising he's going to turn up, but he never turns up. And I'm like, whatever. And then I put out a few recent invites, but maybe I'll get my friend to come and join.
Okay. Well, I think what it really boils down to is you could be excited about doing something, but if other people don't see the value in it, then they're not gonna put forth any time to it. And that's just what it is, bro. It's just what it is.
Well, I say to them, look, it's an open invite. So I explain to them it's every Saturday. So if you can't make it this Saturday, don't worry. You can always come next Saturday, and there's no pressure. You don't have to. And I think a lot of people they don't like to put their face on. They're not used to it. They're not used to getting themselves up on social media and having like doing what we do. They're not used to it. So it's all they need to do is just do it once or twice or a couple of times, and then all of a sudden, right. As it really is, yeah.
And plus, you know, being on the panel, at least being on my channel, is chill. We having a good time. We cracking jokes. We having some conversation, and you know, it's a way for us to kind of relax a little bit. It's mix in with a little bit of jokes, entertainment. We got some therapy sessions going on. I gave Mark a pep talk earlier. I mean,
yeah, it's great. And in all fairness, right, and like, you know, it's really important to have this across the pond relationship. Yeah,
exactly.
I keep saying it, like this American English relationship. I think it's so important for me. That's why and also like I will get some of my English friends involved in it because they'll know. Like once they've seen me once or twice, and I tell them like this is actually good. We got some good people in America that actually like. Some of them like us, some of them don't like us.
Well, what you have to do, what you have to do is you have to take advantage of streaming this live to your channel and take some clips and put them out.
Yeah, I know. I do stream them to my channel, and also like I just don't bother clipping them because I can't be bothered. I just let everyone else do all that stuff. And also, I'm going to say, like I did say before, like so long as you're respectful with like clipping these shorts, I don't mind. I give you permission to do them with me, but as long as you're not doing them to make me look like a deliberate dickhead or anything like that out in society.
This stupid.
Yeah, well, whatever. You can do that. You can do that. Whatever.
Yeah.
You
No,
know what
I
I'm saying?
get
But
it. Right.
yeah, like that respect thing, innit? And also
being
the
a
other thing I was
dickhead,
going to
you
say,
wanna
last
be
thing
a
I was going to
pinhead.
say, I've got a request. Yeah. You need to do some reaction videos. I think Tizzle needs to do them actually, right?
Wait, what you mean? I be doing it on my YouTube channel. I do try not to laugh, but I'm gonna do some other.
No,
yeah, he
you
does.
You got to react to some of the stuff that I put out there, like, and I'm talking UK stuff. So you got to react to everything, like all the UK content that I'm talking about, right? Do your research, mate. Type in American reacts to UK, blah 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 blah. Trust me, it goes from everything from baked beans on toast to roast dinners to the in-betweeners to this to that comedy thing.
Hey, a lot of that stuff they be roasting y'all though.
Yeah, but this is your no.
Oh no, I ain't never thought about that. You might be onto some though.
I'm onto something.
No, Mark is right though. Mark is right though. Mark is right. He's right.
Like you talking about spreading the baked beans on that toast like that big grape or something like jelly.
How about if you do a reaction video, yeah, like on YouTube, yeah, and I send you some videos of like people making baked beans on toast, yeah, and you watch that video and you go, "What the fuck? These English people are crazy." Yeah, like in America, going, what? These guys are nuts. Yeah?
I'm gonna see the video, and this is what I'm gonna be thinking.
But what the hell, boy?
See, we're already laughing here. We're already laughing. See, I already know. And then you can like all that kind of stuff, react to all the stuff that I send.
Yeah, I hit him with one of these.
Y'all niggas crazy, blood.
Trust me, I've been thinking about it in the back of my mind for a long time. I've been working this in the back of my mind.
Now you know what? Yeah, that's definitely something that I'll have to incorporate into my channel because I think what it'll do is it'll kind of get into the UK algorithm. Look at me not even saying it right. It'll get into the UK algorithm, and then before you know it, we're gonna be taking over.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah. Before you know it, we're gonna be taking over. All right. So now that we got the final thoughts out of the way, let's go ahead and give final shout outs if y'all want to promote anything, give any sort of shout outs or whatever, and then we're gonna go ahead and close it out. So Mark, where can the people find you, brother? You got any upcoming things you working on? What's going on?
So I feel like I've been promoting myself literally for the last God knows how long, right? But subtly on the side. There's not much else I want to say, but my cryptocurrency project is still running, and check this out, yeah? Give it a week or so. I'm going to get my website back up and running. I'm going to fix those issues that we spoke about at the very beginning, where I have to fix some FCA regulation type bullshit. And you're going to be able to see this thing. So in the next few weeks, I'm expecting you to be able to check out novabear.net.
Okay.
The website's already there. It's just closed down right now.
All right. Hey, well, you know what? We're going to hold you to that. And if you don't come through, I'm going to hit you with this.
Right, nigga. You a hoe.
Fair. Fair.
Hey, you know what that's from, Tizzle?
What's that from?
This clip.
Right, nigga. You a hoe.
That sounds similar to NBA YoungBoy or something. What the hell?
It's not, bro. It's from a video that I literally saw earlier today, and I could not stop laughing when I was watching it, bro.
Are you talking about like on Facebook Shorts or some shit?
Yeah. It's a video. It's a video of somebody crashing out, bro. And the stuff he was saying, this is part of what he was saying, bro. I could not stop laughing. I'm like, I heard this one specific part. I'm like, oh, I gotta clip that and add that to the soundboard, bro.
Yeah, it was one clip I found today. That shit had me die laughing today. I was mentioning the Marvel Rivals game earlier today, and fucking, there was a person he was playing as Spider-Man, and fucking he tried to get close to Invisible Woman and the other teams that was close to. and that motherfucker tried to look, he tried to web out of there, right?
Stupid.
Y'all know Luna Snow, right?
Yeah.
Luna Snow had froze his ass, and the way how bro got in a pose, that shit was so funny. And then the voiceover at the same time, that shit was so funny. I'm gonna play it real quick.
You never heard about you never heard about when Wonder Woman was sat on top of the building with her legs spread open, yeah?
Y'all see my screen?
Not yet.
I can't even remember the joke. I'm going to ruin it. It's something like
yeah, if you show your screen, I'll pull it up real quick.
I got you.
I'm going to save it for next time.
Okay, there you go. You can see it.
Yeah.
Matt. Is it playing?
Well, your thing is loading. Okay, yeah, it's playing.
I think Hawkeye shot his that was like damn.
But what the hell, boy?
Wait, hold on. Wait, could you see it?
I'm crying.
I saw it.
Bro, did the T-pose. He said,
yeah, for real. All right, so Mark was promoting his website and the stuff he got going on. Tizzle, where can the people find you? Do you got anything that's up and coming that the people need to know about? What you got that you working on, bro?
So I got new beats coming up as usual.
Uh-oh.
I guess Mark reminded me to do some new videos and all that, so I'll be on top of that too. But what's crazy though, I already got videos that I'm working on. It's like I'm putting them on Drive and I'm putting the other ones on Drive and the other ones. So it's like it's not like that I ain't got videos out. It's just I'm not done editing them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like I don't know. I kind of like to be the type I don't like to rush it, because like I feel like if I'm rushing it, then I look at it and then I be like thinking like, damn, I could have added something to it to make it funnier, or I could have like took some out to make it shorter. So I like to take my time at my edits and my videos and stuff.
Y'all niggas crazy, blood.
I mean, hey, for real, but hey, you gotta trust the process. You feel me?
Yes, sir. All right, well, so you say you got some new beats and stuff. You got any projects that you're gonna be dropping this year? Or you not sure yet?
I'm not sure yet, to be honest. You talking about with beat wise?
Yeah, just in general.
No, let's just one with Ron or with other people in the Aria group.
Okay.
We weren't supposed to do a Power Stone collab, which I already got my part done on that. I think we were just waiting on another producer to get his part. Like ever since that though, I've just been working on other beats and shit, like just having them as drafts. So like,
okay, well that sounds good.
What about you though,
man? Okay, so aside from me getting the next live stream set up and getting all a bunch of stuff together, I got some music stuff that I'm gonna be working on too. What I have to do right now is I'm in the process of upgrading my FL Studio to like FL Studio 25 because something happened. Yeah, because something happened with my computer a while back, and like it got reset, and all the projects that I had, all that stuff got deleted.
Oh no.
Wait, hold on though. But here's the thing. I found this program and I tried it out and I was able to recover everything. Everything.
Hey, that's good.
All my stuff had got erased off the hard drive, like my FL Studio folders.
Yeah, so obviously it was stored on the cloud then. So that means that everything that you had on your hard drive was somewhere stored up on the cloud somehow.
No,
How else would you
it wasn't. It wasn't.
Or on a server, an external server somewhere.
It wasn't. I was able to scan my hard drive for all the deleted files.
Oh, so it wasn't fully removed from your hard drive. It was just like deleted and removed, but not fully like removed.
Right. So what ended up happening was that when I went to go open the projects back up, you know how you open up a project and it'll say that this FLP file is corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Because you're missing some components.
Right. So what I have to do is I have to upgrade my FL Studio to 25 so I can use the diagnostic tool, and then I'll be able to scan the files and open them back up. So the music has been kind of on a hiatus for a little while, but it ain't no thing. I'll get back into it.
Sweet. Anyway, it's like 2:30 now.
Go. So with that being said, if nobody else has anything, y'all make sure y'all tune into the next live stream. Again, next week's show is going to be the rules of modern dating, masculine and feminine polarity. Make sure y'all tune in next week at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and close it out. Peace.